Warm greetings from the Canadian city of Mississauga, just west of the host city of Toronto, and welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan American Games. It is day 5 of wheelchair rugby, the last of the preliminaries. 3 games on tap coming up: Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, and then the big one tonight to cap it off, Canada against the United States. So Brazil-Chile will kick us off. Brazil seen as the likely bronze medalist. Chile looking for their first victory in this competition. Now it's time for the team introductions.
Mesdames et messieurs, représentant le Brésil. Señoras y señores, representando a Brasil.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Brazil. Number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 2, Lucas Junqueira. Number 3, Anderson Kais. Number 4, Jose Hao Gunther. Number 5, Alexandra Taniguchi. Number 6, Jose Hizinu. Number 7, Bruno Damasceno. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. Number 9, Davi Abreu. Number 10, Luis Fernando Cavalli. Number 11, Moises Batista. Number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu. And Brazil is led by their head coach, Luis Gustavo Pena.
Et représentant le Chili, y representando a Chile.
And representing Chile, number 1, Jose Venegas. Number 2, Victor Said. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa. Number 5, Alejandro Duran. Number 6, Juan Rodriguez. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. Number 8, Christian Madariaga. Number 10, Christopher Flores. Number 11, Jose Ruiz. Number 12, Andres Bisello. Number 13, Andres Opazo. Chile is led by their head coach, Pablo Benavides.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont. Los árbitros de este partido son.
The referees for this afternoon's match, from Australia, Gabe Caligiuri. And from the United States, Joshua Kearns.
Michael Reed in the booth alongside the all-knowledgeable Professor David Legg. We've seen Brazil come out of their shell and start winning, and they seem to be on a roll.
Brazil played the top 2 teams in this tournament, ranked number 2 and 3 internationally. Canada and the United States losing in their first 2 games, but they've certainly rebounded. Clearly the bronze medal favorites.
Opening lineup for Chile. Brazil number 4, features Gunter Taniguchi, who's really caught the eye. Damasceno always buzzing around looking for goals.
Taniguchi is certainly the one that I enjoy watching. Tremendous passer.
Chile's opening quartets. You'll see Juan Rodriguez, Christopher Flores, and Andres Opazo had a very good game against Canada.
Yeah, Opazo did impress, certainly in that last game with Canada. And there's a couple other athletes that will be coming off the bench that we're certainly excited about watching.
We'll get to the whys and the wherefores and the rules as we go along. Here are the standings as we go into this final day of the prelims. Canada and the US unbeaten, but Brazil there in that 3rd place, looking good for bronze.
Agreed, and those 2 losses once again coming to the hands of Canada, ranked 2nd in the world, and the United States ranked 3rd.
Chile, relative newcomers to the sport of wheelchair rugby. They have lost all 4 games, so a final chance for the Chileans to go away with some pride from these 2015 Parapan American Games. The first time that this sport of wheelchair rugby has been included in the Parapan Am lineup. Brazil in the yellow vests with the green shoulders and the red vests of Chile. So 4 quarters of 8 minutes each as we prepare to get this final day, day 5 of the preliminaries underway. Davi Abreu gets the first touch, hands off to Bruno Damasceno. And don't blink or you'll miss something, because the goals come thick and fast in wheelchair rugby. And Damasceno quickly opens his account.
Yes, and this is, in Chile's defense, the first time that they've played outside of their own continent. They are clearly overmatched in this game. If Brazil chooses to press, Chile may have a hard time getting the ball past half court.
And that is one of the first requirements of any team when they are inbounding from behind their goal line. Let's talk about the time restraints, and that one of 12 seconds to get over half court, which is what the Chileans will try and do now.
That's exactly right. So the Chileans, any team has 12 seconds by which to get the ball from their back court to the front court. And then there's a total of 40 seconds by which they must score, similar to a shot clock in a basketball game.
Also, when you're dribbling, bear in mind the player in possession has 10 seconds to dribble and or pass off to a teammate, so you can't wander around for too long as Damasceno manages to evade a couple of the Chileans, scores his second, and Brazil up by 2 early on. A couple of costly turnovers for Chile. Number 6 for the Chileans, Juan Rodriguez, finds Carlos Novoa, who returns the favor. You'll see that rectangle just in front of the goal line, known as the key area. That comes into play as well.
Yeah, so from a defensive perspective, each team is only allowed 3 players in, but we'll break for a second just to talk a little bit about the timeout that was called. Each team is provided with 6 timeouts. 4 can be called from the floor while they have possession of the ball, and 2 more may be called by the bench during a stoppage in play for a total of 6.
So 6 in total per team per game, and you're seeing the first for the Chileans. But once you burn through those timeouts, as you may well see Chile do, particularly in the early going, they are gone, and then you've got to muddle on as best you can.
Chile calling that timeout to avoid the 12-second violation, which would result in a turnover. And certainly the last couple of games with Chile playing Canada and the United States, we've seen that they have not had much success getting the ball over half court with a press being on them.
Novoa in possession, will get over half court this time. As the hits come in, manages to find Rodriguez. Then forward to Opazo. Scored 5 goals against Canada. Trying to find a way around Damasceno.
This was a nice pass by Damasceno into Novoa. Unfortunately, off his fingertips and out of bounds. You'll notice that players, they're not allowed to make contact with one another, theoretically. Prior to the whistle being blown, a lot of that is based on the referee's gray area. In this particular instance right here, the Brazilian player was pushed out of bounds, which will result in a 1-minute penalty being served by that player. The Chileans will then reset. The chairs were locked together, not allowing the Brazilian player to make his way to the penalty box. So again, you're noticing the players trying to create position early on. So number 10 already in the key, hoping to get a pass over top so he can easily go in for the score, but the pass not able to make it.
Over the head pass this time from Abreu, and unmarked and away. And over for the easy score will go Alexandre Taniguchi, who has been one of the key players for Brazil throughout this tournament.
Agreed. What impresses me so much about Taniguchi is his patience and his clever passing. He never seems to be in a rush, and only in a very few exceptions has he made the incorrect pass.
Bear in mind the Brazilians are a player short here with Gunter in the penalty box. They still managed to score though. Opazo over halfway, can he gather it in? He can. Now can he get to the goal line for the first score for the Chileans? Blocked by Damasceno. Opazo, the dribble, looking to come in the far side and does so. First score for the Chileans from Andres Opazo.
So you watch here, the corner is set. That was a good pick by number 6.
In possession this time is Bruno Damasceno. There's the dribble. The backwards move from Damasceno. 40 seconds to complete the move. We're into single figures. Breo looking to hand off to Damasceno. Now he'll have to motor to beat the clock. And hands off just in time with the second left on the shot clock to Taniguchi.
I'm not exactly clear why they would have been trying to take so much time off the clock in this particular instance. That was a nice pass into Taniguchi there.
Well, it's just as well I didn't ask you the question, because that's exactly what I was going to do when Damasceno was wheeling around, taking his own sweet time. We'll often see that at the end of a quarter, of course. We'll come to that in due course. The other thing we need to talk about is something called sport classification, because different athletes have different level of ability.
That's right, and I guess in some regards it's similar to weight categories in boxing, although that's certainly not a perfect analogy. The way classification works is what we're trying to do in the parasport movement is allow athletes with different abilities the opportunity to participate equally. So in this particular instance with wheelchair rugby, there's 8 points that are allowed on the court, and players are graded from 0.5 to 3.5. Those with the most physical ability would be graded as a 3.5, that being the highest score. Those with the least or the greatest functional limitations would be graded as a 0.5.
Damasceno, the switch to get into the corner.
So Damasceno, as an example, is graded as a 2.5. The player for Chile, Rodriguez, who's inbounding the ball, is graded as a 2. So theoretically, the Brazilian has slightly more function than the Chilean player.
So it's not just a matter of the coach saying to players A, B, C, and D, you're on the court for this first shift. There is math involved as well, as David has explained. David will also explain here that a 3.5 player who you would expect to be more mobile, have more function, and typically be the best player on the team, that doesn't necessarily work out that way.
No, and by watching it from a novice perspective for the first time, those 3.5 players will come across as certainly the strongest player. Just a quick break in the action here. That was an over and back, so similar to basketball. Once you've brought the ball into the front court, you cannot have it return to the back court. Returning to classification, those that are 3.5 may appear to be the best because of the fastest. They have the most finger dexterity, usually because of where they've broken their spinal cord with a spinal cord injury. That doesn't necessarily make them the most valuable player, because you can't have all 3.5s on the court at the same time. So the 3.5s are usually only as good as their 0.5s, similar to a running back only being as good as the linemen that are creating the holes for which to run through.
Taniguchi in possession at 2.5, but has certainly been one of the most valuable players for Brazil throughout these 2015 Parapan American Games. Gathered in and will push their way over. And Damasceno with the score for Brazil.
So that's an example right there of what makes Taniguchi so impressive. Now, having said that, that goal was waved off because the Brazilian player, not the one receiving the ball, a secondary one, had crossed the goal line and gone out of bounds.
Mr. Flores couldn't quite gather it in. Out of bounds, it'll be a Brazil inbound. Brazilians making some changes. Just around about the midway point of this first quarter. 4 quarters of 8 minutes each. Number 10 there is Luis Fernando Cavalli. And number 12 in possession now. Just about the Brazilians' top scorer, Alexandre Giuriato. He certainly has pace and has scored regularly. 14 goals for him in last night's win over Argentina. It's not uncommon to see a game of wheelchair rugby total up somewhere close to 100 goals throughout the course of the game. Into Moises Bautista. Fierce competitor Bautista hands it off to Giuriato. Inside the key. Cock shot is running. They might beat them here. Can they force their way over? They can. And the goal will stand from Giuriato now. Not the whole of the chair there was over the goal line, but it doesn't need to be.
Right, so watching Giuriato here, it's really just those front 2 wheels that need to go over, and it's any of the 2 wheels that have to pass that goal line for it to count as a goal.
And also back your way in as well, as we've seen regularly throughout this tournament. The moonwalk maneuver, they call it. Or maybe that's just David Legg, I'm not sure.
I'm not going to take credit for coming up with that one. So an example there again of over and back. The ball was thrown to a Chilean player. It bounced off their chair back into the backcourt. Over and back.
Juriatu hands off for Batista. Twist and the spin from the Brazilian. Stopped by Novoa. Going to get that ball away. Does in the end find Juriatu.
So we spoke earlier about athletes with spinal cord injuries competing in this game, and that's what the game was originally designed for back in the 1970s. It was invented by he goes by the moniker the Quad Father, Duncan Campbell, who just became a new dad recently.
Congratulations to him.
So he was not able to be here for this week. I don't want to say unfortunately, because it's fortunate for him that he became a new dad. In the 1970s, a number of individuals who had quadriplegia invented this game, but since then they've now included athletes with cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, and amputations.
Flores was trying to get there, beaten to it by the speed of Juriatu. There's the dribble, the bounce, must be done once every 10 seconds while the player is in possession. Hands off to Batista. Feels the force of the hit from Novoa. It's noticeable that the Brazilians are employing this slowdown tactic in the middle of the period, then a little bit of an acceleration from Batista. It's something we haven't seen before.
No, and again, I can't understand why they may be doing it at this stage in the game, unless they're trying to practice that specific style of play that they think they may have to employ against other teams later in this tournament.
Give away from the inbound, went straight to Juriatu, who will hand off to Batista. Once again, didn't go straight for goal, as he could have done. There was a gap there for Batista.
Perhaps they feel they need to work more on their half-court offensive options. Certainly when Chile has played Canada and the United States, the fast breaking opportunities have led to 10 to 15 goals within the first 5 to 8 minutes.
We saw the moonwalk maneuver demonstrated beautifully by Alexandre Juriatu, backing in for the goal. Doesn't matter whether it's the front wheels first or the back wheels, as long as two of those wheels are over and the player in possession is in control of the ball. Another timeout for the Chileans. And Brazil already in a commanding position with a minute and 30 left in the first period, leading by 9-1. Spreading the goals around between Taniguchi, Damasceno, Batista and Juriatu. I'm not sure if it's a lack of urgency or, as you say, they're actually working on maneuvers that they will need down the road, because there is every likelihood, David, that the Brazilians will play for at least the bronze medal.
Agreed. I think Brazil certainly set themselves up nicely for a semifinal matchup against either Canada or the United States, in which case they may want to try to slow the game down, because Canada and the United States score at a relentless pace.
Canada and the US ranked 2 and 3 in the world, just behind the world champions Australia. Will face off tonight in the final game of the preliminaries. And then it's knockout wheelchair rugby from here on in. Semi-finals tomorrow. The turnover by the Chileans, which they can ill afford, picked up comfortably by Moises Batista.
Christian Madriaga
there we go.
has entered the game for Chile, and he's a real pleasure to watch, a real joy.
There's number 8 there inside his key area, that flame hair, the beard as well. Terrific competitor.
I was saying last night, he reminded me of Scott Hartnell, who plays for the Columbus Blue Jackets, both with that long flowing red hair, but also the joie de vivre and just the enthusiasm that he plays with.
In quickly at the corner, Juriatu.
That was a nice pick by Raul from Brazil, setting that corner, allowing his teammate to score easily.
Brazil quickly into double figures. Novoa looking for Madriaga. Managed to gather it in, but quickly across to cover is Batista. And Again, Batista on Madriaga.
Madriaga is classified as a 3.5, so again, giving you an example of that differentiation among the different classes.
Navoa needs to release here. The clock shot is down to 7. Can they find the goal? Navoa, 2 seconds left. It's going to run away and out of bounds.
A strong defense by number 12, Giriato, getting the big hand up like a basketball player, a center guarding the rim and blocking the shot.
Denied. Brazil ball and Giriato will inbound, looking for the long and the rush from Batista. It's it bounced 3 times and then mishandles, but manages to get it in. Second attempt, hit by Madriaga. Referee's whistle's gone.
So in that particular, Navoa was out of bounds on the baseline defending. We penalized with a 1-minute penalty. Brazil going to power play.
So Navoa into the penalty box. Chile will be a player short.
So Navoa class is a 2.0, and again, I'm just doing so to try to provide a comparison. There's an example right there about how players will try to create position before the whistle. And there's an example where Chile, I don't want to say we're lazy, but certainly missed an opportunity to try to block the Brazilians from gaining such excellent position within the key and scoring easily from an out-of-bounds play.
First period is complete, and it has been one-way traffic for the Brazilians, who have established an 11 goals to 1 lead over their South American rivals. The second period is moments away. As expected, David, it was mostly those yellow vests on offense.
Brazil scores within the first 10 seconds of the game. And with the exception of them slowing it down and trying to run some half-court options, it was all Brazil all the time.
Taniguchi, one of his 2 goals. Just the 1 score for the Chileans in that first period, courtesy of Andres Pazo. Start of the second period, last day of the prelims. 3 games on tap. You're watching the dominant yellow vests of Brazil, looking to leave Canada with a medal up against Chile, who have dropped their opening 4 games and have fallen behind early in this one as well. Number 6 for the Brazilians is Jose Higino.
Higino, a strong performer in certainly in the games we've seen so far this week, but does so quietly. It's almost like he's not noticeable until you look at the score sheet, and there's a perfect example of it right there.
Right on cue, Higino in for his first score. 7 goals in the victory over Argentina, 8 more in the win over Colombia.
And so again, returning to classification, Higino is classified as a 2, but watch as he's able to guard and stay with. Why do I have such difficulty with that name? Number 8, from Chile, who's classified as a 3.5.
Talking about Madriaga again. There you go. See, I studied Spanish at school. That's my excuse. Inbound from Higino. The hit from Madriaga. See, it's not that difficult to say. I promise you.
Madriaga. There we go.
go.
I got it.
Say it to yourself 10 times in your head. Here's Rafael Hoffman in possession again. They're taking their time, the Brazilians. Usually you'll see a lot more active movement at this stage. And by and large, the Chileans just waiting inside the key.
Hoffman with the ball right now is still sporting a bit of a goose egg on his forehead from a huge hit that took place a couple nights ago.
Yeah, but an example there of the movement and mobility that these players are able to generate at speed as well. They make it look easy, but it takes a lot of practice.
Well, you look at that last goal by Hoffman, he made 4 or 5 turns based on kicks and blocks that were set for him. But he sees them coming.
Madriaga takes the hit from Abreu. Forced to turn away by the brilliant Brazilian
but uses
defense.
the pick. Can he make the corner? Oh,
He cannot.
not able to do so.
Takes out the pylon, which you can touch when scoring, but not that way. Took the pylon out completely.
Yes, you'll see here, you need to have your front 2 wheels past the goal line before hitting the pylon, which clearly he did not.
Chairs take a battering, occasionally officials take a battering, and of course so do the goal pylons as well. Here is Higino out of his key with pace, and across halfway, Madriaga is giving chase. Slowed down Higino. And then the handoff for Abreu, who will gather it in and coast over for the Brazilian score.
So in that particular play, it wasn't a set play, but it was certainly something they practiced, where Abreu would come in, set the back pick, knowing that he had a clear path to the net. Once he broke free, Higino noticed that, just threw the ball up and over. Abreu corralled it in, easy score.
No offside in wheelchair rugby. So if you've got a player who can inbound with distance and with height, and someone who can gather it in on the second or third bounce, it's often a very effective tactic, isn't it, for getting and nullifying that 12-second rule for getting over half court.
You've got it, Nigel. You are becoming an authority in wheelchair rugby.
Please, please, tone it down, Dave. Tone it down. But you do live and learn, and watching these athletes over the last few days, they certainly do employ a number of different set moves which they work out, and they're out here half an hour, 40 minutes before the games start, working on those maneuvers.
The game really is a hybrid of so many other different sports, using a volleyball on a basketball court, having an end zone goal line similar to football perhaps, and then using the spacing that you might see in a soccer match, for instance.
The timeout, the third timeout for Chile, and as we mentioned a little earlier, you only get 6 in total throughout the game, and we're not yet halfway through the second quarter. So the Chileans, as we expected, beginning to run short out of these timeouts.
And each of those timeouts was called all for the exact same reason. The 12-second shot, the 12-second clock to get it past half court was about to expire.
Pedro Silva will inbound as we see some running repairs for the chair of Madriaga.
Madriaga needing to get his chair fixed. I just wanted to say his name.
Just keep practicing. Like everything else, practice makes perfect.
The chairs and the effort that it takes to keep these chairs in form is interesting in and of itself. We had a chance to talk to the equipment manager from Canada a couple days ago, and he was sharing with us that each player brings 2 or 3 additional wheels, and then in addition to that, potentially up to 20 inner tubes that they'll go through.
Into the penalty box is Jose Higino. So Brazil shorthanded for the time being until the next goal is scored. Backing his way out of trouble is Novoa. Madriaga has made the forward run over half court if he can be found. That was the intention. Madriaga is found.
Madriaga's got to just turn that corner and take it himself to score.
Didn't have the mobility, the strength to get up that head of speed, and speed so important in this sport as well as many others. Being battered from behind by Hoffman.
Now in this particular instance, he's going to have to pass because he's being hemmed in.
And the clock shot is going to expire, is it? They've got to get it away. Well, it stopped at 1, but there was an infraction inside the Brazilian key. Managed to hold the Chileans at bay, but at the expense of another penalty, and Anderson Kais joins Higino, so now it's 4-on-2.
So what happened there was number 5 from Chile wasn't able to hold his position, was blocked out of bounds, and therefore it changes possession and goes back to Brazil.
Can they score 2 down? And the chances are that they will here. Brazil with only 2 players on the court, but still managed to get in with the score from Davi Abreu.
Madriaga shaking his head, but he needs to get back there faster. And as the 3.5 on the floor right now, it's his job and role to make sure that he's the final defender.
5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. The Brazilian lead continues to grow. Novoa away from his own key. Forward quickly looking for Madriaga. Couldn't get there ahead of Hoffman.
And Hoffman, who's classified as a 2, outruns Madriaga.
And good speed as well from Hoffman. Madriaga's back, just to remind him he's there. Probably won't stop him from scoring. But the hit was a solid one from Madriaga. A word about hits and what's legal and what's not legal.
Well, the game was originally called murder ball, so there's not much that's not allowed, quite honestly. But the one hit that is penalized is called a spin, and that's where you would hit the player behind the axle of the wheel.
In goes Madriaga for the score. Big cheers around the arena.
Which results in a very potentially dangerous spin of the chair. And here's Madriaga scoring his first goal of the game, I believe.
Long ball forward from Novoa, and Madriaga in, as you say, for his opening goal.
Hopefully that'll be a bit of a spark for the Chilean team.
Abreu pushed backwards by Novoa. And the hit from behind from Alejandro Duran.
You may also notice a lot of these players are wearing different types of gloves. That's because, particularly for those with spinal cord injuries, and if they're on a higher level of lesion, they may not have great finger dexterity.
Hoffman with the score for Brazil.
So players will use different gloves, different types of tape, and they'll try to corral the ball sometimes with their wrists and forearms instead of their hands.
Now that in by Duran, the hit came in quickly from Hoffman. Now it's a loose ball. Gino manages to gather it in. Everything to his left.
Oh, that was a great pass. No look.
Kais will retrieve it on that far side. Passes off to Hoffman. Once again, no huge urgency about the Brazilian cause. Coming into this game confident that they can take out the Chileans. A little more speed from Hoffman into the gap and away from Novoa for the Brazilian score.
And what makes Hoffman so difficult is he comes down the center of the court there. He can easily go left or right, so the defender is left on an island.
Novoa looking to get away from Higino, using the hard yards. There's the familiar push forward. Once again finds Madriaga. In comes the hit from Kais. Locked in by Kais and Higino. Shot clock running. They're over halfway. Where's the help? It's a giveaway to Abreu, who hands it off to Higino. Madriaga will try in vain.
Madriaga positioned himself out of bounds, so the goal was simply called. So what happens right there is Madriaga's partner needed to post up and then break towards the net. And because he didn't, it ended up in a turnover, which led to an easy Brazilian goal.
Just saw Madriaga's right wheel just end up behind the goal line. So although the Brazilian didn't cross, the defender did, in anticipation of the fact that it would have been a goal other for the infraction. The referee, as David said, awards the goal for Brazil. Changes coming for the Chileans.
Andriaga going off now that I've learned how to pronounce his name properly.
You're doing it beautifully. You're putting me to shame now. Thought that was my job. Buzzer signaling the end of the timeout, and Brazil in a commanding position, leading by 90-2.
So again, you'll notice right now the players circling around almost like sharks looking for a kill, and because they're not allowed to make contact until that whistle's blown, and they're trying to create position for an inbounds pass.
Alexis Barraza trying to get his hands on it, but wasn't able to connect. One of the new men on, and in for the easy score is Damasceno, who is back with us for the Brazilians. Just adjusting the lineup. Barraza on. Juan Rodriguez back as well, as is Flores for the Chileans. The Brazil inbound. Brazil, for their part, have Silva, Rodriguez, Barraza, and beg your pardon, that's Chile. Damasceno, Batista, with those trademark white wall tires you see there, wearing the number 11 for the Brazilians.
The Chileans, although having been easily defeated in every game that they've been in this tournament, have had a tremendous positive response from their competitors. I was reading a number of tweets this morning complimenting the Chileans on their positive outlook and willingness to learn and ask questions and trying to figure out how to get better.
Good acceleration by Damasceno in for the score as the shot clock ran down into single digits. There is Juan Rodriguez outside, and just a hand off to Flores. Push ahead, and Alexis Barraza didn't quite gather it in.
So that call there, the referees were rushing to get in position to make sure they could see it was a jump ball, which means that the ball was being tied up by opponents at the exact same time. And in this particular instance, they looked at the possession arrow to decide who gets the ball. That's Chile's ball.
Silva with the inbound. Rodriguez becomes the meat in the Brazilian sandwich. Batista buzzing around. Now, can Rodriguez find an outlet?
Oh, he sees Flores. Flores might get this. Oh, but he lost possession of the ball just before crossing the goal line. Tremendous defense by the Brazilian, number 7, Damasceno. So watch this. Flores is getting there. He hauls it in. You'll notice he had to get it with his wrists, but he just lost control.
Frustration again for the Chileans. Meanwhile, the long ball forward, which will be gathered in with no problem by Batista for the Brazil score.
And that sequence of events there, such a clear indication about the difference between these two teams. Flores not able to corral it in for an easy score. On the other end, Higuino easily done. Quick score.
Inbound from behind his own goal line from Silva. Offering himself is Barraza, but decides to go with Rodriguez. But again, another turnover by Chile. And those turnovers often add up to goals for the opposition. Turning left is Baraceno. Hit from Rodriguez. Does nothing to stop his flow. Baraceno. Rodriguez is back for more. Baraceno just circling around. Glance at the shot clock. Plenty of time. 16 seconds remaining on that. Then the dribble. Now Baraceno will go in for the score almost certainly, and does so.
Flores was pushed out of bounds. So Flores will serve a penalty in this particular instance as opposed to awarding the goal. So again, watch the Brazilians. They're going to try and set themselves up into the key perhaps.
Barraza into
Barraza, my apologies, not Flores.
into the penalty box. So Chile a man short until the next goal is scored, and it will not be long in coming, you feel. So, you know, he's got room in the corner there and the speed and the strength to coast over.
I suspect that the reason why they didn't try to post up in the key was they wanted to try and get the last score before the quarter, but then they scored right away regardless.
Rodriguez takes it in confidently, and they get over halfway. Hit from Batista. It was meant for Silva. Batista will pick up the loose ball last few seconds of the second quarter, and now, in all likelihood, the Brazilians will slow it down.
So they will try to score with only a few seconds left on the clock. The rationale for that is that Chile gets the ball back, and that counts as a possession, and therefore Brazil will start the second quarter with possession.
You can hear the teams and the fans just counting it down, and Damasceno managed to just leave that 1 second left. Perfect timing from the Brazilian. And I'm not sure that Batista beat the clock, tried to run it in. He was last in possession, but I think the buzzer beat him. But it is the end of the second period, and another dominant one for the Brazilians. 11 in the first quarter, 13 more in the second quarter. It adds up to a half-time score, a dominant performance as we expected. And Brazil scooting away from Chile at half-time. It is 24-2 for Brazil. Take a glance at the statistics thus far, David, and we talked about turnovers. And look at that, it springs out like a sore thumb, 16 for Chile.
And this isn't new for Chile's performances throughout this tournament, but that's definitely something that they're going to have to address if they want to become a more impressive team in wheelchair rugby.
Just one turnover for the Brazilians, and it is no surprise they lead by 24-2. Most of the action has been in the Brazilian offensive end. They have scored early and often. Batista has certainly made his presence felt. And Brazil, it's not quite a training exercise, but they've had a chance just to work on some of those half-court moves.
My sense is that that's exactly what they're doing, is they're getting themselves ready for a semi-final match. And, you know, there's a possibility that they can pull one out of their hat and give Canada or United States a scare in a semi-final match. I don't think that's beyond the realm of possibility.
Individual scorers for Brazil, Damasceno with 6, Giuriato with 4, along with Hoffman, spreading the goal scoring around. Just the 2 scores for Chile coming from Madriaga and from Apazo, 24-2. Third quarter is on the way. Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is the final day of the preliminaries in this six-nation tournament. And the first game of the day between the yellow vests of Brazil against their South American rivals Chile, relative newcomers to the sport of wheelchair rugby. Brazil reckoned to be, and proving themselves to be, after Canada and the US, David, the third best team at this tournament, and certainly the Chileans no match for them in this game so far.
No, and the score, I'm not even sure, is indicative of just how much Brazil has dominated the first half of this game. It seemed to me that they were holding on to the ball for big chunks of time in that first half when they could have scored easily.
3 periods of 8 minutes apiece. That is Gilson, that is Jose Higuino. Starting this third period, Gilson Jr., Alex Taniguchi, Jose Higuino, and Alexandre Giuriatu. That is Carlos Novoa, if I'm not mistaken. Or Chile needing some repairs to that right wheel. There is also a time stipulation for equipment replacements as well.
That's right, Nigel. So they're given 60 seconds by which to make the equipment fix, so to speak. Otherwise, they need to substitute a new player in. But as you and I have noted, they usually are done within 10 seconds. It's a bit like a Formula One race crew or pit crew. They seem to just run out, get it done, bang, the player's ready to go.
They're well trained, they're well disciplined. Everybody, not just the players, have to be on their mettle when it comes to wheelchair rugby. Starting the second half as Higuino pushes himself over for the score. Second half starters for Chile are 4 Novoa, number 6 Juan Rodriguez, number 11 Jose Ruiz, and 13 is Andre Opauzo, who has 1 goal to his name so far in this particular contest. And Brazil obviously want to leave Canada with a medal of some sort of colour at the 2015 Parapan American Games, but it's all part of the lead up to Rio 2016.
That's right, Nigel. Every event at the Parapan American Games is a qualifier for the Paralympic Games, the disabled equivalent, if you will, of the Olympic Games, which will also be held in Rio de Janeiro in September of 2016. So the winner of this tournament in wheelchair rugby will be given a qualification spot in the Paralympic Games, but Brazil already receives one as host nation, which then creates a bit of an interesting scenario with Canada and the United States being ranked 2nd and 3rd in the world, with only one of those 2 teams being given automatic qualification from this tournament.
Contact call there between the referees, and it will be Chile ball. And the penalty is going to be served by Alex Giuriatu.
Giuriatu having a smile, knowing he was caught in the act of reaching in.
Referee was quickly on court to see exactly what was going on and punished Giuriatu. Now, can Chile score with the man advantage? They will do here. They scored for Jose Ruiz.
Perfect example of following your lead blocks. So he sees that Taniguchi is going to be blocked from behind, leaving the entire right side wide open.
Talking of wide open, Jose Higuino at the other end, completely unchallenged from the long ball forward. And that's how quickly goals can be scored in wheelchair rugby.
Yes, it doesn't take long sometimes for these top teams to put up 2 or 3 goals, and what seems like a close game can suddenly become a bit of a blowout.
Giuriatu and Opauzo, the big hit there. As they came together, the ball was there to be won. 50-50 ball, have another look. As they smashed into each other.
Those situations are where the biggest hits tend to happen. A high ball lobbed into the middle of the court where players coming from different directions, unable to see one another, and boom, the chairs hit off.
Well, eyes focused on only for the ball, and I think they both knew the hit was coming. But that's what wheelchair rugby athletes are all about. They brace themselves for the hit, they know it's coming, but they're focusing on gathering in the volleyball. We do play indeed with the regulation volleyball, is that right?
That's correct. And you're right, as far as the focus on making the catch, it's not unlike what you see with a wide receiver and defensive back, or two soccer players going to head a ball.
Novoa for Chile, got a little bit of room on that left-hand side, decides to come back in. 12 seconds to get over half court, releases as the hit comes in. It's going to run away though.
It appeared that
this couldn't get there.
It appeared the two Chilean players weren't sure who was going to make an effort to get that ball to score, and they anticipated that the other one was going to be responsible for it.
So the turnover again, and will benefit Brazil. Inbound, picked up on the second bounce by Giuriato, away from his own key, and away now from Novoa. Looking for the long ball forward, one bounce for Higino. And once again, the Brazilians, no great urgency to score. Higino could have just taken it and wheeled his way in, but decided not to. Taniguchi. They're working on executing those moves as the shot clock runs down. Again, Taniguchi moves away. 5 seconds left on the clock, and maybe that's exactly what they're doing as Giuriato takes the catch in the corner.
Perhaps what they're trying to do
themselves against the clock. That's what I'm thinking.
Exactly, is give themselves some artificial pressure by which to try and score by simply running the clock down.
That's our best guess from up here in the booth.
Some big hits in that last series.
Got rid of Novoa, and then Rodriguez is back for more. The lob from Higino. Will find Giuriato again. Doesn't turn towards goal. Knows he's got 25 seconds or so on the shot clock. It's almost as though the Brazilians are playing in slow motion.
I think he might be right as far as doing so, and then trying to create scenarios where they can have a bit of a pressure placed on them artificially with the time clock.
Gino is pushed over the goal line by Ruiz. There doesn't seem to be any other logical explanation. I'm seeing one or two players just take a glance, the Brazilians this is, glancing at that shot clock once they know they're in control of the ball itself. Gino, the dribble.
I've also found during this past week the tremendous respect amongst players for one another. And I also think there is a recognition that Chile is a new team. And there seems to be this sense of camaraderie and wanting for Chile to improve. And so perhaps they're just trying to keep the score down as well.
Respectable. Taniguchi on this occasion over for the Brazilian goal. Flores out of bounds, but got rid of the ball before his wheels went over the red line. It's all so easy for the Brazilians, straight through for Giuriato, but again, in a really competitive game, Giuriato would have scooted away with the Brazilian score.
But coming back to that respect that you were just alluding to, that's one thing that we've noticed certainly this week. There are players that will get absolutely their bells rung, right? Just knocked right out of their chairs. Boom, they're bounced right back up as if nothing happened. And there seems to be no animosity between the players on other teams at all, with very few exceptions.
You're absolutely right, and it's the respect, it's the attitude of the players. As you say, when they're knocked, when they get their bells knocked out and they're tipped over, out come the mats, up they come, and all they want to do is get back in the fight.
I don't want to say it's remarkable because I've gotten used to seeing it, but it certainly is impressive.
Substitutions coming for Brazil. Number 11 there, the familiar figure of Moises Batista. Also back with us is the captain, Rafael Hoffman. Inbound by Luis Fernando Cavalli, number 10 for Brazil, also has had a breather.
Often players will have a stronger and weaker hand, and on that particular inbounds play, you've noticed that it was thrown right to the right arm. of Abreu. And that's one that he seems to have a tendency to use.
It's all about knowing your opponents, but it's perhaps knowing your teammates even better. Hoffman, 3 Chileans guarding the key. Hoffman round the back, backed away by Novoa, but a little odd pass for Abreu.
So Abreu looks like he crossed the goal line just prior to receiving the ball, and therefore was declared out of bounds.
Inbound by Novoa for Chile. Finds Flores. Trying to find a way from Abreu. Does over halfway. That's a better ball for Rodriguez. Takes the big hit from Abreu. Another hit, this time from Hoffman.
Timeout called by the Chileans, recognizing that they were in tight in that corner. They can't go over and back, and it appeared that they wouldn't have been able to make an effective pass.
Somewhere I'm going to have to start making 5-bar gates of timeouts so that I can keep up to date with these things, but certainly they blew a few of them in the first period. They can't have many left.
My best count is that they've used up their 4 on court timeouts.
Ball by Novoa off the back wheel of Abreu and out of bounds. Will be Chilean inbound.
Now my understanding is you cannot purposefully throw the ball off of an opponent and have it go out of bounds and therefore retain possession. But if it happens inadvertently, that is okay.
Certainly that was the referee's interpretation on that occasion. Brazil inbound this time.
In that particular instance, the 40-second shot clock had expired.
Inbound from Cavalli for Brazil, who are coasting to a 3rd win, having met their match certainly in those opening 2 games against Canada and the United States. And just a little change in tempo.
So
Hoffman goes across for the score.
The turnovers that were just put on the screen there, 20-2, certainly a clear indication of the challenges Chile has had in creating any scoring opportunities for themselves.
Flores away from Batista, finds Novoa, first time forward, but the 12-second rule had expired.
And they didn't have any timeouts to use, so they were put into a difficult situation.
Cavalli inbound, finds Hoffman. Rodriguez one side of him, the other side is Ruiz. Abreu forward, finds Batista. Backing in is Novoa, but Batista's got the speed and strength to scuttle behind for the Brazil score. Just over a minute remaining in the 3rd period. 4 goals now for Batista, leading the scorers in this particular game.
Batista classified.
And Damasceno, who both have 6.
My apologies, Batista classified as a 3.0 player.
Novoa. Now, can Flores get there? Flores can. And Flores will score.
You can hear the crowd in the background. There's a lot of Brazilian fans here that I think are cheering for this Chilean goal. Again, recognizing that Chile is a relative newcomer to the sport and trying to support and cheer them on.
A kiss for the ball from Flores. It's good to see. Genuine goal from the Colombians as the ball gets stuck momentarily under the chair of Rafael Hoffman. So the stoppage and inbound for Brazil. From Cavalli. Batista will pick up just outside his own key and then use his speed and his agility. And I think the moments of Brazil playing their own game against the shot clock are perhaps over.
I think their patience is done.
I think it might be. I think they're now intent on scoring as many as they can in these final few seconds of the third quarter. Chile will inbound on that far side with Ruiz. See alongside him the 40-second shot clock. First of all, well, he's got to find a teammate to start with, which he failed to do, only as far as Hoffman. So yet another Chilean turnover. So costly in this game, as in most other sports, of course. And just as we think that the Brazilians have spent their patience, they've reverted. Well, now maybe this is a different tactic. It's slow, slow, quick, quick, slow. The big hit from Batista. Hoffman. In he goes. Great maneuverability from Hoffman. He's quick as well, isn't he?
Hoffman is the total package. He can hit, he can play great defense, and he's smooth. He recognizes where all his teammates are, just simply goes to the open corner.
Changes coming for the Brazilians. Damasceno is back with us. The end of the third period of play. And Brazil with 11 more goals. Great consistency from the bronze medal favorites. They lead Chile 35-4.
Brazilians continue to dominate as they had in the first half. Chile, however, showed a few sparks. But overall, Chile just is a stronger passing team, stronger defensive team, and a stronger hitting team.
This was the goal that got the crowd going. The pass forward for Flores. And I tell you, I've noticed Carlos Novoa, that two-handed forward pass, he's done it on a number of occasions. It's an effective tool for the Chileans. I mean, they're going to lose this game, but he certainly is the engine room as far as Chile is concerned.
And Novoa, certainly one of their stronger players. Novoa, classified as a 2.0, is able to make some of those two-handed passes perhaps stronger than you might expect from a player of that class.
Final 8 minutes of this all-South American duel between Brazil and Chile. Final day of the prelims before we get into knockout rugby tomorrow. Brazilians in those yellow and green vests. And Chile very much the underdogs, heading for a 5th straight loss, but improving the while. In red, as you see Damasceno quickly into the penalty box. Maybe an opportunity here for the Chilean squad. He'll get it across, he can. It is Alexis Barraza in for the first goal of the final quarter.
So Barraza, you'll notice his wheel did not go over the line, and this first attempt just skimmed it, so was able to regain his composure and then cross again with his front two tires.
Barraza, a 2.0 athlete, so not as mobile as others, but managed to gather it in, keep his composure, and had the strength to cross the line as well. Hit from Taniguchi, you heard resounding around the arena.
The Chilean player was caught sleeping a little bit in the defensive key, got knocked out too easily at the baseline for a 1-minute penalty. Those are the kind of errors
Silver into the penalty box.
Those are the kind of errors you don't see a Canada or the United States make. They just don't do it.
So inbound from Damasceno for the Brazilians, who have been dominant throughout, and having a player advantage usually leads to a score for the team that is at full strength. And that's exactly what will happen here. As Taniguchi, well, scoots around in the key area, just teasing the Chileans. He will score, he may even hand off, but sooner or later, you get the impression he will, in his own sweet time, cross for the score.
And I don't think this is taunting. I wouldn't perceive this in any way in a negative light. I think it's simply trying to just take time off the clock and just finish the game.
Goal is scored. Chile back to their full four. Down from Silva. Quickly out by Novoa. And then on by Rodriguez. Can't gather it in. There's Barraza. Well, every member involved there, but there was nobody to finish off the move. And meanwhile, at the other end, Damasceno picks up the loose ball and scoots in for another Brazilian score.
Brazil employing a press. I can't. The only reason they would be doing so would be to practice it in anticipation of playing Canada or the United States tomorrow.
Again, the two-handed pass from Novoa. Forward for Barraza. It's worked before. Barraza passes on for Rodriguez. Back to goal, gets the huge hit from Taniguchi.
So the better teams, as soon as Rodriguez got that ball, the better teams would have made that pass immediately for a trailing player for an easy goal.
Rodriguez couldn't control the ball. Taniguchi picks it up loose and unchallenged in for the Brazilian goal. As you said, and we've tried to put it into some sort of perspective, that the Chilean wheelchair rugby program is, by comparison to the Brazilians, somewhat in its infancy, but there's only one way to improve. That's to play teams that are better from you, learn from your mistakes, and hone those skills.
Exactly. Brazil really initiated their program in 2007, and since then they've developed. They have anywhere between 8 to 10 club teams spread throughout the country, and they've made significant investments. Chile, complete opposite, relatively new just in the last couple of years, only a handful of players. And one of the issues is one of their stronger players, which allowed them to qualify for this tournament, has decided to only play wheelchair tennis, I understand. So that in and of itself has been a detriment to the team.
This may be the last time out for the Chileans. Perhaps there is one more. You've really got to start making note of these things, David. I'm going to put you in charge of counting timeouts from now on.
Oh, my math is far from perfect.
But it's a lot better than mine. I can promise you that. Having said that, that's not saying much. Final quarter between Brazil and Chile. Brazil, having lost those opening two games to Canada and to the US, came back with a 12-point victory over Colombia, then outclassed Argentina yesterday. Now doing very much the same in this final round-robin game against the Chileans.
A few seconds ago, you saw the Chilean coach interacting with the bench staff, holding a number of cards in his hands, and what he was doing was getting the cards that had the classifications for each player, ensuring that he wasn't going over that 8-point limit on the floor at one time.
Damasceno with the dribble and the turn away from Madriaga, who's back with us. Rodriguez blocking his path temporarily. Damasceno feeds Taniguchi. Away from Rodriguez, then uses his speed to get into the corner. He'll back in for the score with 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Taniguchi has 6. He Damasceno ahead of him in terms of individual goal scorers. Madriaga, Rodrigo got the hit from Damasceno, couldn't control it.
You can hear the chairs bashing into each other out there. Sometimes it's complete carnage with these chairs.
Taniguchi again with the comfortable Brazilian score. And these are not just lumps of metal put together in terms of these are expensive, custom-made chariots. I mean, they don't come cheap. That's what I'm saying.
No, and that certainly is one of the barriers to creating a wheelchair rugby team. Certainly in nations that are not as wealthy, perhaps, as those in North America. So that definitely is a challenge that the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation is trying to address and taking some chairs to some of these other nations.
Madriaga away across to cover Taniguchi. Then the big hit comes in from Gunter. Manages to hand off Madriaga for Rodriguez. Returns the favor. Madriaga, 16 seconds on the shot clock. They score again. Madriaga using his strength. Can he get across?
Great pass by Madriaga.
That was all about Madriaga and Rodriguez combined on the left-hand side. And then when Madriaga needed that.
And that's not an easy pass to make over top of another player. Boom, takes the hit right on the money.
So signs, it won't make a difference in this game, but signs that the Chileans are, as we say, improving their skill set and those different routes to goal.
Certainly in the last 4 games that we've seen Chile play, they have shown areas of improvement. An example being that pass right there that Madriaga made earlier in the tournament. He may have tried to kind of bowl his way through the Brazilian player.
Chile inbound. Rodriguez, the scorer a moment ago. Over the top this time for Duran. Blocked off immediately Duran. Rodriguez with more strength. Thinking about the overhead pass, but then bobbled it away. Can he retrieve it? He can. As the hit comes in from Kais, back from Madriaga. Bobbled awkwardly, but he managed to take it in. Great determination from Madriaga. Stopped by Damasceno. And then tipped away by the aforementioned Damasceno. And out of bounds.
So they tried to go over top again, but the pass wasn't quite as accurate as the one prior where they scored. Again, showing how difficult of a pass that is. So Chile has set up with the hopes of an inbounds pass, allowing them for an easy score. But Brazil, and particularly Hoffman, it looks like, knew what was coming and was able to defend against it.
Out of bounds again, but Chile will retain possession.
So you can see Hoffman not allowing the Chileans to try and get in the key for an easy score and just holding that position during the inbounds play. So the 10-second violation, I'm not sure if it was in the key or if it was unable to dribble or pass. It must have been in the key.
Gino for Hoffman, powers away, and then returns for Higino. One bounce into the path of Davi Abreu. Much more clinical, flowing move from the Brazilians. That's the sort of thing they'll need when they're playing for a medal.
Agreed. Abreu certainly will be an important player when they play the Americans or Canadians tomorrow night.
First 4 of the 6 teams competing will play in the semi-finals, and it'll be 1 against 4, 2 against 3. Every likelihood that Brazil will finish in 3rd place in the round-robin standings.
And then the game following will likely determine that 4th place finisher, either Colombia or Argentina. And then our late game tonight, Canada and the United States, will determine the 1 and 2 seed. and I guess most importantly for those teams, not having to play Brazil in the semifinals.
Rodriguez was in with purpose, managed to pick it up, but he couldn't find Madriaga. Nice forward for Abreu, over halfway. Challenge now, and once again the Brazilians slow it all down, allow the Chileans time to reset. This is something that we have seen repeatedly in this game. It is not typical of a competitive game, but the Brazilians know they have this one. As we say, maybe they're just testing themselves against the shot clock, rehearsing one or two of those moves. Kais will be pushed over the goal line by Bicello. 42-6, with a little over 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Nice the handoff, and one bounce for Regino.
Brazil, as we've mentioned, will be hosting the Paralympic Games, and so therefore gets an automatic spot in the Paralympic wheelchair rugby competition. So they have nothing to lose in tomorrow night's semifinal. So this could potentially set up for a bit of an upset, with Canada and the United States maybe being a bit cautious.
Tyson Rodriguez with a big hit. Madriaga trying to get away from Abreu, forced to turn backwards. Look at the determination of Madriaga. Offloads to Rodriguez, that was the intention. Going to be a penalty here, Gino.
On the arm, that was a reach in by Higuino.
Not allowed. You can flick the ball away, but you can't make bodily contact as such.
So similar to a basketball foul, every player is allowed their own vertical space, and reaching in, while tempting as it may be, often leads to fouls.
Oh, I'm sure it's very tempting. Question about that. But you've got to be careful, and we've seen with some of the less experienced players, they tend to, you know, put their arms in, their limbs in to try and yank the ball away. You know, their enthusiasm occasionally bubbles over, doesn't it?
Agreed, and more often than not, though, it leads to a reaching foul. And there's, right on cue, Madriaga does exactly that.
And he will wheel his way to the penalty box. Over a minute and a half remaining. Madriaga taking his time. Referee just asking him to get on with it. Abreu takes it on the full from Kais. May bounce it, may go himself, off from the decoy. And the dance continues for the Brazilians. Abreu waits for the hits to come and then offloads to Hoffman. It's almost like they're just practicing these maneuvers for the tougher tests to come. And Hoffman to Abreu again. You know, I think it does have something to do. He will be shoved over for the score with testing them against the shot clock. Be interesting to get a comment from the Brazilian coach after the game to see exactly why they've employed some of these maneuvers during this game, David. Brilliantly taken in by Abreu. Right-handed catch right down by his right wheel. Took it on the full. Gino in the final minute of the game. There's no doubt about the outcome. Madriaga back on. So is Flores over his head for Hoffman. Turning away, takes the hit from Regino. There's the Brazilian number 6.
Oh, uncommon error by Higuino.
You know, and then they take their eye off it, and now they are going to run out of timeout, whether they reset the shot clock. And Abreu will wait to be pushed in. Saw Madriaga coming up at pace behind him. Decided he didn't want to feel that, so he took the road more travelled. Over he went for the final score for Brazil. And it is no surprise that Brazil have chalked up a third straight victory. They beat Colombia, they beat Argentina, and now they have outclassed Chile with 10 more points. They've used the game, as we've seen, sometime in practice mode, but there was never any outcome really from the first Brazilian score, wasn't it, David?
No, Brazil certainly dominated every aspect of the game from start to finish, and Chile had their lowest scoring output of any of the games that we've seen so far.
Just 6 for the Chileans, you're right. As far as the individual scorers are concerned, Taniguchi with 7 for Brazil, matched by Higino and Damasceno. 6 for Hoffman, 5 apiece for Abreu, Batisto and Giuriatu. Just those 6 goals for Chile, half their output against the Canadians and the United States. A goal apiece for Rodriguez, Barraza, Madriaga, Ruiz and Opazo, but it is what it is, a 5th straight loss for the Chileans, but they've been game competitors and they will learn from competitions like this.
One can certainly hope so, and again, I come back to some of the tweets that I saw earlier today. The other teams seem very supportive of Chile's efforts, and Chile seems very receptive to learning and the commitment to get better.
Third straight win then for Brazil, which basically locks up 3rd place in the standings behind Canada and the United States, who will play that final game later tonight for first seed. The turnovers of course cost Chile 28 of them compared to 4 for Brazil, but the most important stat, the one at the top of your screen, and Brazil, after losing to Canada and the United States, have come back to beat all their South American rivals. This time it's Chile, and they have won it by 45 goals to 6.
Pour le Brésil.
De hecho, por la parte general, de acuerdo con el
The Toronto 2015 Pan American Games would not be possible without the support of dedicated sponsors. We would like to acknowledge the support of lead partner, CIPC,
Aún cabe señalar, los usos previos
To ensure fairness, the total permitted classification point value of all players on the court is 8.0 per team. This requires teams to build a mix of players with different classification point values, which ensures a fair and balanced competition.
Esto requiere que los equipos pongan en juego una combinación de jugadores con diferentes puntos de clasificación, lo que hace lograr un nivel justo y equilibrado de competencia.
For each female athlete, of course, a team is permitted an additional 0.5 points.
Por cada atleta femenino de la cancha, el equipo puede tener 0.5 puntos adicionales.
The final day of the preliminaries in wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. Argentina and Colombia fighting for 4th place and a berth in the semi-finals alongside Brazil, Canada and the United States. Argentina with that 1 win over Chile, lost last night to Brazil. And as far as the Colombians are concerned, also a victory over Chile, but have lost to Canada, Brazil and the US. Here are the team introductions.
Mesdames et messieurs, représentant l'Argentine. Señoras y señores, representando a Argentina.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, their captain, number 5, Juan Foa. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 3, Ignacio Arancet. Number 4, Nicolas Stuparenko. Number 6, Daniel Villegas. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 8, Lucas Camusi. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. Number 12, Mariano Gastaldi. Number 13, Brian Nascimento. Number 22, Leonardo Aves. Number 24, Fernando Cañubil. Argentina's head coach, Federico Manini.
Representando la Colombia y representando a Colombia.
And representing Colombia, number 2, Jenny Martinez Salas. Number 3, Juan Ochoa Rodriguez. Number 4, John Orozco Nunez. Number 6, Moises Alonso Alvarez. Number 7, Carlos Nemi Montoya. Number 8, John Segura Cuervo. Number 9, Christian Amaya Fajardo. Number 10, Uriel Rodriguez Diaz. Number 11, Julian Vargas Lopez. Number 12, Christian Narvaez Giraldo. Number 14, John Ramirez Diaz. And number 25, Edgar Venegas Cardona. Head coach for Colombia, Jonathan Vargas Rojas.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont los árbitros de este partido son.
And the referees for tonight's match, from Australia, Liam Costello. And from Brazil, Panda Seni.
Nigel Reid and David Lang welcoming you to the Mississauga Sports Center. Key battle here between Argentina
Now the starting
and
lineup for Argentina.
Simple question.
Number 1,
Who do you
Juan
like?
Herrera.
I think Colombia's got the edge in this one. This is the biggest game of the tournament so far. Winner essentially going to the semifinals, potentially playing for the bronze medal.
El árbitro de départ pour la Colombie. La formation initiale de Colombia.
Both these teams come in with a 1-3 record. They both beat Chile.
Number 7,
Both fall into Brazil.
Number 10, Uriel Rodriguez Diaz. And number 25, Edgar Venegas Cardona.
See the starting lineups momentarily for both these teams. We'll pick out 1 or 2 players for you. Let's start with Argentina. Number 1, numero uno, Juan Herrera. What a great impact he's had.
He truly is a fun player to watch. He's a bit of a water bug. He reminds us of Mike Pinball Clemens, perhaps wearing those baby blues of the old Argonauts.
As far as the Colombians are concerned, one name stands out head and shoulders above the others. Number 4, Juan Orozco.
Juan Orozco, we questioned why he wasn't playing that much last night, and we wondered if he was being saved for tonight's game. This is the first time that he started, and he truly is a deal breaker.
He is John Orozco Nunez, to give him his full name. He has a 3.5 sport classification. Let's get that out of the way first and explain those numbers which follow the athletes' names.
So the classification allows players of differing abilities to all play important roles on the court. He's the highest with a 3.5, the lowest is a 0.5, and of the 4 players you can't have more than 8 points. The classification reflects the disability and the functional ability of each player.
Wheelchair rugby, it is 4-on-4. Score of the most goals wins, and there will be goals aplenty. They will come thick and fast, and the hits as well. The opening one from Orozco, as Matias Cardozo looks to get in for the early score for the Argentinians. But this is going to be a full-on battle from first whistle to final buzzer, as Cardozo looks to get inside what is known as the key. And backing his way in for the opening goal, we mentioned him once already, Juan Herrera.
That was a great catch by Herrera. You'll notice that he doesn't have hands, so he has to make the catch using his forearms in order to corral it in.
So it's not just a matter of the coach, as Orozco, you'll see plenty of him. Runs in the tying goal for Colombia. Not just a matter of putting 4 of your preferred athletes on the court at a time, there is the math to do as well. So that players themselves in total add up to no more than 8. Great persistence by Herrera. How many times have we seen that throughout this week?
We'll see this over and over again tonight, I anticipate. So watch Herrera, he takes the hit from Rodriguez, but is strong enough to bounce off it, and then from Neme as well. And both hits weren't enough to stop him from scoring.
You get the impression this is going to be a battle royale, and that is a maneuver we will see very often. The long pass to Orozco through to number 10, Uriel Rodriguez for Colombia. That combination has been very effective for the Colombians.
Rodriguez, again, doesn't have the finger dexterity due to his spinal cord injury, so has to corral the ball in using his forearms as well.
24 is Fernando Canyumil for Argentina, playing in the blue and white stripes and the yellow vests and shirts of Colombia in opposition.
Argentina calling a timeout there. One of the numbers that you have to be aware of if you're joining us for the first time is 12 seconds. So the team has 12 seconds by which to get the ball over half court. They were unable to do so earlier, that's why they called a timeout.
Ball was meant for Herrera, didn't reach him. Does reach Orozco. Look at the speed this man generates and the maneuverability as well in that chair.
And the acceleration that he has from just a standstill position to be able to just explode into the open spaces and go in multiple directions.
We talked about the 12-second rule. That is all part of a longer 40-second rule. So when inbounding from behind your own goal line or in your own half of the field, you have 40 seconds to complete the maneuver and execute the move, as Cardozo will do here. And the score for Argentina. Now, we saw there that Cardozo didn't take his entire chair over the goal line, but the goal stands nonetheless.
That's right. So it's only 2 wheels that are needed to cross the end line, and it can be any of the 2 wheels.
Roscoe, rare mistake from the Colombian, helped out by Neme. It's under the chair of Juan Herrera, so there will be a stoppage here.
It results in what's called a jump ball call, and then they revert to the possession arrow, which is favoring Colombia.
Captain Carlos Neme will inbound, finds Orozco, takes it in one movement and then scoots away in the second, and again great maneuverability as the hits come in around him, and he runs it in unchallenged. And this has all the signs of a rousing battle, doesn't it?
This is a rocking game so far. This is the best match that I think we've seen so far. Orozco able to use his picks set by Neme and Rodriguez.
Colombia winning their opening game over Chile, but then dropping games to Canada, Brazil, with whom they got within 12 points, and the United States. A long throw out, it's going to find Canyumil. Blocked off by Orozco, who reaches in. Canyumil manages to keep his balance and will score.
That was a clever play by Canyumil. Originally cut off by Orozco, but was able just to slip his way into the goal.
We're all tied up again at 4 apiece. The goals, as we say, come thick and fast, and this has all the hallmarks of a very closely contested game as Herrera and Venegas hit head-on.
Venegas needs to get the ball to Orozco for a scoring play. Oh, he's got the corner. It's cut off.
Cut off by Cardozo. Now a long pass, but it will
no goal.
count.
No goal. Neme was over the line before being able to haul in the catch. Much like a wide receiver in football not getting. Nice hit by Herrera to stop the initial attack.
All part of the fun of the fair. And perfectly legal, those hits, those head-on hits.
Oh!
And down goes Juan Herrera. Talking of hits, it's a familiar sight in wheelchair rugby. And Herrera will have to wait until the mats arrive. There they come.
You and I have said this over and over. They don't call this, or they didn't call it initially, murder ball for nothing. Now that hit right there was close to being an infraction in that you're not allowed to hit the opponent behind the axle of the wheel and creating a spin.
Herrera, as we've seen so often, just shrugs it off, accepts it as part of the sport, and the first timeout. Timeout taken by the Colombians. Timeouts are also an integral part of this and a tactical maneuver as well.
So the teams are allowed 4 timeouts called from the floor once they have possession of the ball, and then 2 timeouts are allowed by the bench. You'll see teams try to hang on to their timeouts for when they get in trouble trying to bring the ball up and beating that 12-second time clock violation.
Well, it's a close one so far. All square at 4 apiece between these two rivals who know that the winner will get the opportunity to play in that semi-final either against the Canadians or the Americans, but keeps those dreams alive of a Parapan medal. It's winner takes all between these two. One will finish 4th in the standings, one will finish 5th. And look at the determination on the face of John Orozco. He's absolutely come into this game. There's some of the hits we've already seen, the quick goals. He's the man who wants to lead Colombia to victory tonight.
Orozco, a relatively new player. He had been classified out, and then Colombia took their team to a tournament in Poland, I believe, in part for the sole reason to get him classified internationally. And he is, you know, I think you would agree, Nigel, been a difference maker for this team so far.
There's no question about that. He was used sparingly in last night's loss to the Americans. And we got the sense, didn't we, that Orozco and the Colombian coaching crew pretty much knew that it was a lost cause. They basically saved his energy for this key game.
Well, we certainly wondered why he wasn't playing, because we both clearly think he's one of their best players.
No question.
It appears that that has been the strategy, and he's come out full guns a-blazing tonight.
Now he's boxed in there by 2 opponents. What's the strategy here?
So what you'll see happen, you're not allowed to have big contact being a bit of a gray area. Prior to the whistle being blown, the Argentinians smartly have blocked in Orozco before the ball has been even put into play. So he's essentially isolated, and they need to inbound the ball to another player, which they would not prefer. Obviously, they want to get the ball in the hands of Orozco as much as they can.
Venegas over halfway. It will be into the left arm of Orozco. And here's what he can do. That's why they block him in, because he's so dangerous.
It's like a young Barry Sanders with the Detroit Lions, just putting that head fake on Herrera. Herrera didn't know which way to go. Watch this. Which way, which way, which way? I'm going this way.
He is very much the difference maker for Colombia. And if they come out on top of this game, Orozco will be among their leading scorers. There is no question about that. But it's also that combination, isn't it, with Rodriguez as well. Those long passes, which negates that 12-second rule to get over halfway on numerous occasions.
No question about it. This is the penultimate team gain, if you will. The 3.5 classified players, such as Orozco, are only as good as the complementary players, and I even hesitate using that word. Sometimes a 1-point player, in the terms of Canada as an example, is recognized as the best player on the team, and sometimes MVP. So it's not always the highest classed players that are recognized as the most important or the best.
Look at Orozco again.
Oh!
Was shook by his own man Venegas, but again, that superb maneuverability.
Watch Orozco's body control, just being able to slip in there and go up on the one wheel so he doesn't touch the pylon before crossing the goal line.
Makes it look so easy, and that is the mark of a master craftsman at work. Out of bounds will be Argentina inbound from that far side. Colombia just with a chink of light. 2-point lead, 2-goal lead. As Venegas prepares to inbound for Argentina. It's a wayward throw. Orozco picks it up. He will scoot away, and those are the sort of turnovers that Argentina simply cannot afford to make.
No, and Rodriguez made a fabulous defensive play on that, anticipating that the pass was going to go to Herrera, coming up and tipping it away.
The difference is 3 at just about the halfway mark of the first quarter. Critical game for both Argentina and Colombia. They are playing for a place in the semi-finals. As we see the second timeout, this time for Argentina. And maybe that last play is what the coach is talking about right now.
Well, they certainly don't want this lead to get any larger than it is right now. Argentina has to try to stem this tide right now, keep it close, and then hope to break Colombia somehow towards the later stages of this game.
I suppose coming into this game before the tip-off, would you favor the Colombians over Argentina?
Yes, Colombia hasn't finished in the top 4 traditionally in zonal championships. It has been Canada, the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But from what I've seen so far this week, I would certainly give the edge to Colombia.
Juan Herrera, his influence is critical for the Argentinians. Orozco all over his back, manages to get the pass away to Canyamil. Want to get it out within those 12 seconds. They're over halfway now, but the ball goes back. Another turnover. It's picked up by Rodriguez. And inevitably to Orozco. Superior maneuverability from Orozco. Finds the gap.
So we talked earlier about classifications and how players are important. On that last goal, Orozco, granted, was the goal scorer, but Neme, who's classed as a 1-point player, and Rodriguez, who's classed as a 1.5, were the ones who set the blocks and set the edges that allowed Orozco to score.
Inbound from Pantin Colombo finds Herrera, who generates tremendous speed. Even though he has no hands, the amputee, great maneuverability as well. Nice pass there for Cardozo.
Oh, Orozco, we saw this last night too. He was called for multiple penalties, particularly in the fourth quarter for reaching in. He has to be way more disciplined than that.
And he goes. He'll have to sit it out and watch from the sidelines until the next goal.
So watch this hand reach in, going across the arms, similar to basketball. Each player has the right to their own vertical space.
Substitution coming on for the Argentines. In comes Juan Foa. Talk a little bit more about him in a moment because he's a lot more than just a player. But let's just watch this next set of moves as Foa inbounds for Argentina, who have the man advantage. For Herrera, using his speed, hit by Rodriguez. Along goes Herrera. Finds Canyamil, needs to get it in, and will score. Georgios Furious.
Canyamil, just a bull of a player. You're not going to be able to stop him once he's in that key area.
Orozco is back with us. It's a high ball, but managed to take it in. Then turns
Great
it over.
pressure by Argentina.
Canyamil could score again here. Orozco trying to do, well, can't do anything in the end, because Orozco was blocked off by Cardozo.
Quick 2 goals by Argentina gets them back in the game.
In the key area for the Colombians is Edgar Venegas. Two-handed
Big
looking
hit.
for Orozco. Orozco is over.
The Argentinian coaches are loving it.
Well, that's probably the only way you can stop John Orozco, is to put him on his side.
It's like a wide receiver coming over the middle, and the defensive back comes in, boom! Knocks him flat on his chest. Now, the one thing that we have noticed over and over and over again is they take these big hits, and it's like nothing happened. They bounce right back up, and they're ready to go.
As is the case with John Orozco. He knows those hits are coming. He dishes them out. He feels them himself, and he finds himself back in the penalty box.
That's the second time Orozco's been penalized. He takes the hit, and then he gets a penalty for it. Oh, there was a correction.
I was going to say, why is he back in the penalty box? He made his way there, and then suddenly he's out. We're back 4-on-4. That's the point. Herrera away from Rodriguez, will get hit by Orozco. The dribble by Herrera.
Orozco showing his lack of experience there. He needed to turn the other way and then cut off Herrera from going around the outside.
Fabulous little player, Herrera. Terrific spirit and guts. Doesn't shirk any of the challenges. And gets a decent turn of speed himself. Orozco, someone reaching in there.
It's a 12-second clock violation. The Argentinians are into this game.
Remember, you only have those 12 seconds to cross half court. Colombians caught out. Foe will inbound from that far side. Finds Cardozo. Managed to pick it up one-handed from beneath his left wheel. Cardozo will find the gap with some assistance from Herrera, and that's a perfect example of his teammates opening the opportunity for him, and he scoots in through the gap to score. Venegas over halfway for the Colombians. We're all tied up at 8 apiece. This is one heck of a game so far. Venegas looks right for Orozco. Fumbles it, it's taken away by Cardozo. The Argentine fans love this. Herrera in for Argentina, who will take the lead.
One of the real fun aspects of the Parapan American Games is that there are usually big contingents of the various teams living in the Toronto area. There's a big Argentinian group here and also a big Colombian crowd. This is raucous.
Orozco this time, not to be denied. The hit came long after he was gone. Talking of the diversity of the population, if you like, I was down in Hamilton not so long ago doing the Pan Am soccer, and the yellow jerseys down there were filling a 24,000-seat stadium. The Colombian soccer fans were nuts, and they were great value.
Canyamil makes a smart pass to Herrera. Did he get it?
Yes,
and he corralled it in.
Just as those wheels were crossing, you've got to be in control of the ball.
Watch this pass by Canyamil. Knows he's going to take the pop, and he just got it before crossing the line.
Well, it's a fascinating game, just 1 point in it. Argentina by 1. Minute and a half remaining in the first period. Venegas with the hard yards. 12 seconds to get it over half court. Finds Orozco. Cardozo trying to block his way. Orozco twists, turns, looks for the gap, will find it. Great score by Orozco.
Change of direction 4 or 5 times. Look at this, he's not giving up. Oh, and then the strong hit.
On Cardozo, it'll break for Canyamil. Over halfway, this is breathless stuff from both teams. Canyamil in for score.
Back and forth.
They are trading those, these two.
This is a heavyweight fight.
Massively entertaining. Without question, if this continues, as I'm sure it will, fatigue is bound to hit at some point, but it is a wonderful back and forth encounter between two South American rivals who both feel they can win this. Orozco again using that maneuverability, and that could well be the difference.
I don't see a dominating player on Argentina's squad like an Orozco, but Argentina employing a more balanced approach. What's going to win out? It's yet to be seen.
Forward, but out of bounds. Foe will inbound for Argentina. Foe is a man you know all about.
Monfoa is perfectly fluent in English. I've had the pleasure of communicating with him long distance leading up to this tournament. He's the president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation and just a true leader and advocate for the game in his region.
Orozco couldn't pull it in that time. But as we've seen from one forward, there he is, number 5. He may be El Presidente, but he doesn't get any favors from the referees on the court, does he?
I think he uses his English to perhaps try to argue his point. Sometimes it appears too much so, and the referees don't take to it kindly.
Referees generally don't. Out of bounds, it will be a Colombian ball, or, well, I think that's the way the referee was pointing.
Great pressure by Orozco. He's got to be paying attention here, knowing full well that he's got to come back for the ball. No lapse of concentration allowed in this game.
It will be Colombian inbound from that far side. Edgar Venegas, ball in hand. Orozco twisting and turning, finds Neme. Now Orozco, halfway inside the Argentine half court. Can he use his speed, his maneuverability? Battered and bothered by Herrera.
5 seconds.
Great ball, and in the back door was Neme. The loop pass from Orozco works again.
Neme, the team captain, he's the Iron Man. He won't come off the court. Watch this, just such passion to make sure that second wheel gets over in the nick of time.
Fascinating, energetic, exciting. That first period had everything, and there's no way of separating these teams. End of the first period, it is Colombia just by 1, 12-11.
We expected this to be a close game, and it has been exactly as advertised. This has been the most hard-hitting, fast-paced game that we've seen so far this week. I am loving it.
About the coming together between Herrera and Venegas. Herrera taking a tumble, as did Orozco later in the quarter, but Orozco already beginning to assert his authority in this game.
Yes, and again, we haven't seen a player of Orozco's dominance in this game from Argentina yet. There's still a lot left, lot time left. We'll see. Orozco scoring 10 of Colombia's 12 goals. Can he keep this pace going for the rest of the game?
Start of the second period, we knew it was going to be intense. It has not disappointed the Colombians in the yellow vests against the blue and white stripes of Argentina. And over will go Venegas for the first score of the second quarter. And Colombia 13-11. And of those 13 goals, Orozco, just a measure of his dominance, has scored 10 of Colombia's 13 goals.
And that last goal coming directly because of Orozco's aggressive defense and interception.
Herrera giving chase. The ball will roll out of bounds. Will be inbound for Argentina. And for the captain. Over to take it. And inbound looking quickly for Cardoso. Finds him. Went away from Venegas. Orozco buzzing around inevitably. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Argentina being pushed back. Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it quickly. Cardoso, seconds are running away. He will get there in time with 3 seconds remaining.
Very smart play by Cardozo, recognizing that the shot clock was waning, pushed it to the goal line.
Just one in and again as Neme inbounds for Venegas. And as yet, the Colombian quartet has stayed on the court. No changes at all as we start this second quarter. Venegas, the battering gun coming forward. Turnover perhaps here. Came off Herrera, also came off Rodriguez. And out of bounds. Argentina inbound. For Cardozo. 12-second rule applies from the sidelines as well as the backcourt as well. Over halfway by Cardozo, using Foa as the shield. Spinning away, Cardozo in a bit of a jam. Just to the edge of the key, and there is the score, is it? It is. By Canyamil.
No! The goal was waved off.
The original indication from the referee, I think, was the goal. Maybe they had another look.
I think the call was that he was in and then came out, so one wheel must have crossed and then come back over the line before the second one came in.
Remember, the referees don't have the benefit of a replay. They have to make a decision in real time, just the way they see it. Orozco, we've seen this move before. Looking for Rodriguez, he's forced a little wide. Orozco has Venegas for support. And now Rodriguez, it's Orozco.
That play where Orozco throws it deep for Rodriguez is a tricky one, but Orozco is able to follow it up and score the goal.
Orozco managed to gather it in and cross almost simultaneously for the legal score. Canyamil at the other end. He's such a strong player, Canyamil. Looking for the pass over his head. Going to be pushed out of bounds, is he?
Just waiting for the call on this. So I think a timeout was called, it sounds.
Called it as usual, it was a timeout.
Argentina perhaps worried that they were going to have a 10-second violation in which they don't pass it or dribble the ball with one player.
Certainly Canyamil was fenced in there, didn't really have any option. Some changes now for Colombia. Number 9 there is one of their faster players, Cristian Amaya. Busy little player, Amaya. Compliments Orozco. Okay, Canyamil back in. Can't, but he offloads to Cardozo, who crosses for the score.
Smart play by Canyamil, recognizing that he wasn't able to back it in, so just simply hands it off. Canyamil tries. Oh, here you go.
Rodriguez did really well to get in behind him, block his way, but there was no way of stopping Cardozo as well.
And that was a smart play by Cardozo, recognizing that and making sure that he followed up for the scoring play.
Technical timeouts for Juan Herrera, some attention to that left wheel. There is also a time specification specifically for technical wheel changes and running repairs to the wheelchairs themselves.
So the equipment staff have 60 seconds by which to make the change, or they have to substitute their player. But as Nigel and I have been amazed, it rarely takes more than 10 to 15 seconds. They're like Formula One race car pit crew staff.
Orozco denied.
Nice pass.
In goes Amaya for his first score of the evening.
Watch this pass. He spins. Quick dish. Like a point guard on a basketball team.
Argentina possession. Canyamil inbounds. Herrera can't bring it in. That's the hits from behind. Turnover by the Argentines.
That's the result of aggressive defense by Neme, the team captain, there with the ponytail number 7.
So the heads. Orozco.
Oh, that's That's a tough call on Orozco. Looked like they were fighting over a loose ball.
I'm sure they were. The original pass went to ground, and 3 wheelchairs converged. A rueful smile from Orozco, but temporarily Colombia down a man.
Colombia's going to win this game. It's not going to do it with Orozco on the penalty box.
Daniel runs it in for the score, and we're back within 1 again. There's never been more than a couple of goals between these two. 5 minutes remaining in the half. Orozco, strength, speed, poised position. There is the dribble, and from one end of the court to the other. Sometimes there just is no way to stop this man.
Orozco is just so much faster than any player else that's out there. The Argentinians have to figure out a way to stop him, or the Colombians at some point are going to run away with us.
Cardozo boxed in. Punched away by Orozco. It will be Argentinian inbound. Fernando Canyumil. Certainly scored on a regular basis, the big man. 9 goals in the last couple of games for him. Finds Herrera. Again, little room to maneuver, but look how quickly he finds a channel, then runs into Neme. Oh, that's brilliant. That's quite brilliant.
What a pass. It was a laser.
Brought the house down. Matias Cardozo. But look at the punch ahead by Herrera. Cardozo. That's fabulous stuff.
That was a bullet. Big hit.
Amaya takes the tumble.
Oh, call for a charge. You don't see that call very often.
So Amaya is upright, and Fur is off in front of the officials' table, but it is Amaya coming over to serve the penalty.
So it's similar to a charge in basketball. I think that might be the first time we've seen that call the entire tournament.
Amaya came to the penalty box.
So it wasn't a penalty, or it was an infraction, but it was a change in possession, so not a 1-minute penalty, because Colombia had possession of the ball when the infraction occurred.
Hannibal turning away from Rodriguez. Fur providing the screen. Pass ahead for Cardozo, whose personal tally is beginning to mount, the Argentine number 7. Cardozo has 6 of the 16, and we are all tied up once again. Amaya, good speed, takes the hit from Herrera, the dribble. Can he go alone? Referee's whistle.
Canyumil called for an arm foul, reaching in.
Canyumil makes his way to the penalty box. We'll have to sit and watch until the next score, which almost certainly will go to Colombia. You tend to find the team with the player advantage tends to score with no great problem, but the Argentines are making it as difficult for Amaya as they can. Amaya, now he's found the gap.
Great patience by Amaya, waiting for the holes to open up, and just followed his lead blocker again, just like a running back on a football team, waiting for his linemen to set those screens or picks or blocks.
So Canyumil is back with us. Cardozo, the Argentines' leading scorer, returns the favour to Canyumil. Has he got the speed across the cover? Inevitably is Orozco. Reaches in Orozco, trying to steal the ball. Rodriguez, Orozco again. Hands off to Cardozo. Orozco battering away Orozco. Finally forces the fumble. Herrera looking to just see it behind and out of play, just to shield the ball.
Herrera knowing that as soon as he touched it, it was going to be over and back anyway, so it probably didn't matter whether or not he touched it or just allowed the ball to go out of bounds.
Inbound from Neme for Colombia. Orozco plucks it out of the air. Takes the hit from Cardozo.
Sees the edge. Nice block by Rodriguez, coming in behind Kenny Mill.
No I in team, as they say, and it is very much a team sport. Oh. We praise the goal scorers, but it's those that do the donkey work. The yellow jerseys converging on Cardozo, but they still manage to get it away for Herrera. Runs it in for the score, and the Argentines are back within one.
This has been a great game so far. Loving this action.
6 goals for Herrera, and it's still too close to call. Amaya took the hits, offloaded to Orozco, speeds away from Herrera. Herrera again, always the willing recipient. There's plenty of hits himself. The dribble for Herrera over halfway. Gets past Rodriguez despite the hit. Herrera again looking to get past both Rodriguez and Orozco. Forced backwards, still plenty of time on the shot clock. We're down to 20 seconds. Herrera again. I'm almost at a loss for words for Herrera. I love his grit, his determination, and his sheer persistence.
Yeah, and that was certainly exemplified in that last series there.
Colombia by 2, last 2 minutes of the quarter.
You can hear the Colombian players cheering on their teammates.
Herrera collects, hit by Orozco, reaching with the left hand. Again, reaching in Orozco, but Herrera manages to find Kanye Mill. Stayed in bounds, or did he?
The Colombians are claiming that the Argentinian player, I believe, had been knocked out of bounds before getting rid of the ball.
The net result of all that is that it will be the Colombian captain Neme to inbound, just inside his own half. For Amaya, spins one way, away from Herrera, who's back to do some defending.
Great lead block by Neme.
Amaya hit by Canyamel, then by Cardozo. He has Orozco behind him.
Oh, went out of bounds.
Just couldn't keep that left wheel from touching that red line. And on the line is out of bounds.
Good, great pass by Foa, just right away on the attack.
Shoho with the hit on Cardozo, but sauntering in. And we haven't seen much sauntering in this game. We obviously have Canyamel for the Argentine score. They're back within 1.
Cardozo made that pass while he was up on Neme's wheelchair, almost losing his balance.
There you go. And they have to be manually separated, which is sometimes, as you can see here, easier said than done. There we go. Neme and Cardozo, the 2 number 7s, getting a little too familiar for the referee's liking. A little over a minute left to half time. Still nothing between these two. Orozco, the hit from Cardozo. Uses his speed. The dash over halfway. Canyamel can't get there.
Canyamil's got to get over faster and lay on a big lick on Orozco. Easier said than done.
Well, you know what? You took those exact words, easier said than done, out of my mouth. Candyville knew exactly what he had to do, but speed kills. And he just couldn't live with Orozco there. Now Orozco getting some very loud verbal instructions from the bench. There's the Colombian coach.
Orozco,
Vargas,
Neme, and Rodriguez have not come off the court yet. They've played every minute of the game so far.
The only newcomer is number 9, Amaya. But you're absolutely right, the other 3 have been there since the opening tip. Out of bounds.
Rodriguez knocking the Argentinian out of bounds for a turnover.
Daniel Villegas is the newcomer for Argentina, wearing 6. Herrera, still there. Orozco
Nice
for a
pass.
just threatening to get away from him, but he just stretched out those long fingers and in for the Colombian score. Now by 3, last minute of the first half.
Argentina wants to try and get one more goal, at least just to close the gap a bit before the half.
Knocked away by Orozco. Out of bounds behind that Argentine goal. Argentina will have possession. First rule of business will be to get it over halfway. They'll have 47 seconds. They'll have 40 to execute the move. Another big hit from Orozco. Cardozo reaching in again.
Oh, Orozco. You can't make those mental errors.
It's a familiar mistake that Orozco has made. Have another look. It's the left arm.
Touching the knee, it was just so obvious.
Should make it more comfortable for Juan Herrera and co. To get over halfway, away from Rodriguez, the dribble, and the score as he waits. And David will explain while he's waiting to score here.
Well, number 1, they've got the man advantage at the moment, so they want to take as much time off as they can for that. But if they score with only a few seconds left, then Colombia takes the ball out of bounds, and as a result, gets credited with having had possession, and therefore Argentina starts with the ball in the third quarter.
Now Herrera needs to move. He's got 5 seconds, 4 seconds, and over with 4 seconds remaining in the half.
Perfectly executed.
Probably no time. Well, we've seen quick goals scored. It'll have to be a quick one. Orozco.
Another mental error as he's throwing the ball. His wheelchair came into the field of play. Another turnover. If Argentina sets themselves up as they're doing right now, they're setting up in the key. This could be a quick score with only 4 seconds left.
They're 2 behind. Can they make it just 1 at the interval? In from Venegas. Amaya picks it up, the turnover, and that will probably do it for the end of the first half. It does, as you hear the buzzer go. And it has been fast and furious, exciting, committed, thrills and spills, and rock and roll in this first half. And Colombia with the edge in both the first and second periods, but only by a whisper. They lead Argentina at half-time by 22 goals to 20. Glance at the half-time stats. More turnovers by Argentina than Colombia, which has got something to do with the fact that the Colombians are in front. Anything else spring out there for you, David?
So certainly Colombia winning the turnover battle, but those 3 penalties have not helped. Particularly when it's Orozco that's getting the penalties and is leading scorer for Colombia. They don't need him sitting in the penalty box. They need number 4 out there scoring goals.
Well, he has scored goals at regular intervals. John Orozco, of the 22 that Colombia have scored. Listen to this stat. Orozco has 16. 16 for the Colombian number 4. Herrera at the other end has done a fine job for the Argentines. He leads their scorers. The Argentine number 1 with 8 goals. Behind him, Cardozo 6 and Canyamil 6 as well. So it's been as we expected. Little to choose. That was probably the best move of the match from Herrera through to Cardozo. Punch through, cleanly caught. Terrific skill and great combative element to this game. Half-time with the third period to come. Colombia by 2, 22-20. Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre, just west of Toronto. It is the final day of the preliminaries. You're watching the all-South American battle, and what a battle it has been so far between Argentina in the blue and white vests and the yellow vests of Colombia, who just about hold sway in that first half. Much to do with this man, the Colombian number 4, John Orozco. 16 of their 22 goals in the first half, and he started the third period, David Legg, as he means to carry on.
Orozco now scoring 17 of Colombia's 23 goals.
The other end, Juan Herrera, a nippy little Argentine. Great pace for the double amputee. He's a really hard-working, committed player. Look at the speed that he manages to generate to get away. So this is the battle, essentially, for 4th place. Orozco couldn't get that. Even the great Orozco couldn't quite rein that one in. Caught it, but as Rodriguez takes a tumble, he'll need the man out to ride him up. but it has been one heck of a game so far.
This game has a playoff feel to it. I mean, look at Rodriguez taking the hit, falling, and Orozco just not able to corral the ball in before he crossed the line. And as you alluded to, this effectively punches your ticket for a semifinal game, and therefore an opportunity most likely to play in the bronze medal match. This has a feel of an elimination final.
Yeah, big picture, these two teams essentially playing for fourth place. Brazil's win earlier over Chile locked up third place in the standings. We know Canada and the US will finish 1 and 2, not necessarily in that order. So this is the battle for fourth place, that semi-final berth, and the opportunity to play for bronze. Orozco in again. He's so tough to stop.
Really is the difference maker. The Argentinians have not figured out a way to stop him yet.
And the longer that goes on, the bigger the problem becomes for Argentina, who trail by 3. Argentina starting this third period with Herrera, number 1. Foa is 5. 6 is Daniel Viegas, and 7, the captain, Matias Cardozo. Quartet for the Colombians, of course, Orozco, number 4. Number 7 is Carlos Neme. 9 is Christian Amaya. And 10 is Uriel Rodriguez. And we've seen Rodriguez and Orozco combined so many times on that long looping pass out of defense. One for the other. And there is Fernando Canyamil back on the court for Argentina.
The two players, Nigel, that you mentioned, in addition to Nene, have played the entire game so far for Colombia. So while Colombia may build up a lead, I start to wonder if that may prove to be a difficult decision if they start to wear out towards the fourth quarter.
Well, you've got to reckon that fatigue at some stage or another is going to make its presence felt. Just wear and tear as Rodriguez reins it in, coasts in for the Colombian score, and the lead is back up to 3. And as long as they can keep the Argentines at arm's length, Rodriguez and Orozco and company, that is about as comfortable as they're going to get, because the Argentinians are giving them just about everything they can handle. Herrera, big hit from Orozco. Herrera keeps his balance over halfway. A punch looking for Canyamil, just too far ahead of him. And out of bounds on that far side.
Ferrara's pass going awry that time. We did see a couple times earlier in this game where he was able to just drive a laser down the court.
Now that left forearm from Herrera is quite the weapon. Here is Amaya. Bounds for Orozco, the easy score, unchallenged. And suddenly they have a 4-goal lead. And Colombia looking to ease away in this third period. 19 goals, 19 of the 26 for Orozco. A measure of his ability, a measure of the man and his performance and his influence. He's also been in the penalty box 3 times as well.
That's right. Perhaps not a bad thing, because it shows his aggression, but he's such an important player that Colombia needs him on the court, not in the penalty box.
Orozco again, for away around Cardozo, just the strength of Orozco, and then that burst of speed takes him in, and suddenly the lead goes to 5.
Wow, what a turn of events here. Colombia suddenly pulling away at the start of this third quarter. So good defense, quick transition. Orozco's able to use Rodriguez with a pick, and it becomes an easy score.
And scoring the Argentinians 5-2 at the start of this third period. As the timeout is called by Argentina. And I would imagine one of the topics of the discussion is how to rein the Colombians in, because they're threatening to get away here.
Yeah, this is an important part of the game for Argentina, to slow it down, keep Colombia within their grasp. And we've talked about this. Colombia's 3 starters out there right now have been on the floor the entire time. So at some point in time, you've got to think they're going to get tired. So Argentina's got to try and keep it close, and then perhaps they can overtake them in the fourth quarter.
Only time will tell if Argentina have the energy and the skill and the wherewithal and the creativity to haul back the Colombians here. Foa inbound from behind his own goal line. Oh, gives it straight away to Orozco by Neme, and that's the sort of mistake they simply cannot afford to make.
You can see the anguish on Foa's face, the team captain. He knows that was the last thing that they wanted to do coming out of a team timeout.
You can talk all you want, but it's what happens on court that really matters. That'll run away from Herrera.
The ball was tipped by Orozco, so it remains Argentina's ball.
Neme, for a moment, thought it was his inbound, but it isn't. He makes his way back on court. Canumil for Herrera. Rodriguez, and then the big hit from behind for Orozco. Herrera launches himself into those hits. Herrera's got terrific balance. Looking for Canumil just over his head and out of bounds.
That was a smart pass by Herrera. Canumil just not able to get in position to collect it. Earlier in that play, Herrera was so preoccupied with the two Colombians beside him, he didn't know that Orozco was coming up behind him to deliver that big pop.
Well, he knew when he felt the contact, that's for sure. Amaya scooting away for the Colombians, looking in for another score here. Good turn of pace, Amaya. Can he keep his balance? He does. Then the dribble, as he's bound to do once every 10 seconds. Referee's whistle.
Orozco was out of bounds on the baseline. Smart play by Canumil to push him out. It's a turnover.
So it's not always about what happens with the player in possession.
Exactly.
Orozco was just doing a little bit of goal hanging, but his opponent pushed him out of bounds, which rendered the rest of the move defunct, I suppose you could say. Academic. Canumil, Cardozo. Quickly on him.
Cardozo's going the wrong way.
Neme. Then it didn't bounce kindly, and inevitably Orozco picks it up. And when Orozco picks it up, there's usually only one result. Between the pipes, another goal for Colombia.
The Argentinian sideline right now, the coaches all have their heads hanging. The body language is showing that they might sense that it's getting away from them.
The margin is at 7. It's the biggest it's been in the game. Pushed over by Orozco was Cardozo.
Did Argentina get the timeout call in time? They did.
Apparently they did, just looking at the referee's signal to the bench there. So Argentina will inbound. Foa. Canumil trying to find a little bit of room, as is Herrera. Herrera can't hold it. And behind, frustration for Herrera. Another turnover.
And it's evident from the two benches. The Colombian players are extolling on their partners to keep going for it, to keep scoring, to end this game early. The Argentinians are quiet and timid with heads hung below their legs. They've got to get up. They've got to start cheering their teammates on.
Orozco will silence any cheers and silence any thoughts of this comeback, and the lead now up to 8. Herrera will keep going. Slight offload to Cardozo, but Orozco always involved, even when the result is out of bounds. He just wants to be involved, make it difficult for his opponents. Terrific competitor.
Orozco's an active player at both ends of the court. He really has dominated this game.
Canumil, as the substitution is made, out goes Juan Foa. And on for the Argentinians comes Fernando Pantin-Colombo, who started the game.
I had to call an equipment timeout. You could hear it from up here. The wheel punctured. Time for a new tire.
It's all too regular cuts, but it's all part of the fun of games. of wheelchair rugby. But the repair has to be effective within 60 seconds, but look, it's all done in, what, less than 10.
They are efficient. They are professionals.
A well-oiled machine, literally and metaphorically. The equipment crew for all the teams. Canyamel inbound, Herrera didn't reach him. Bounce kindly for Cardoso. Away from Rodriguez, who got the last touch. It should be an Argentine inbound.
Both referees unsure. From my eyes, that went off an Argentinian and should be Colombian ball.
Soon see. Herrera's got more problems here. Maybe they didn't get that nut tight enough. No problem, says Herrera. We'll get on with it. We'll work with it.
So the referees weren't sure who the ball was last touched by, so they called it jump ball. Possession arrow favors Argentina.
So inside Colombian territory. Canyamel will inbound. Anthony Colombo, and behind him. Cardoso can't rein it in, but Herrera manages to pick up the loose ends. Gets the hit from Rodriguez, offloads to Cardoso. 9 seconds on the shot clock. They've got to do it quickly. Didn't quite find Canyamel, who would have backed in. But the pass ahead didn't quite make it.
Great defense by Orozco, deflecting the ball. And then it bouncing off of Canyamel, therefore becoming Colombia's ball.
Is there nothing this man cannot do? Man from Neme. Behind, out of bounds. Colombia will pick up possession. Orozco out of your picture, looking to avoid being boxed in. Here is Amaya, using the pace away from Patin Colombo. Now the offload to Orozco. There was two options there. Orozco was one, Rodriguez is the other. Orozco inevitably took responsibility. In goes the Colombian star for his 23rd goal of the game. When I tell you that the next highest scorer for Colombia has 4, Canyamel stopped short by Amaya, the big hit. And then behind, and Canyamel couldn't get in. And Orozco pushed him into the pylon to prevent the Argentine score.
First of all, great pass by Herrera, right on the money to Canyamel. Canyamel has to know that Orozco's coming and has to have more urgency in scoring, because that's what's going to happen.
Rodriguez after it like a scolded cat. And Rodriguez across for the score. And suddenly there is a 10-point gap between these two, and suddenly the game has changed dramatically in the last 5 minutes.
This third quarter, so different than the first two. Argentina has had no answers at all.
Outscored Argentina 10-2 in this third period. There was only one between them in the first 2 periods of play. But this third quarter has belonged almost exclusively to Colombia. Any reason you can see why that's happened? I mean, we know Orozco, but he's been a factor throughout the game. What's the difference in this third period for you?
I don't know if Colombia has somehow increased their intensity and amped up their execution, or somehow Argentina. It seemed to me that Argentina's mood just deflated after a couple of very quick goals, and they weren't able to rebound.
And yet they worked so hard to stay with the Colombians up until half-time. But as you can see, the deficit now is 10. And that's a significant hill to climb for Argentina.
Look at Orozco able to hold the ball out like that with one hand. There's not many wheelchair rugby players able to do that.
Stemme made his way around the blind side. Then lost possession, picked up by Cardoso. Feels the force from Orozco. Good persistence from Cardoso, who will score.
Cardoso did a really smart play there, and the Argentinians perhaps should do this a bit more often. He held an arm out to protect the ball, almost trying to tempt Orozco to try to strip the ball. And Orozco, as we've seen, has been prone to reaching in fouls, so maybe that's the way to try and edge their way back into this game, is get Orozco in the penalty box more often.
Back within 9, but Colombia has possession, inbound from behind their own goal line with Neme. Quickly for Amaya, has Orozco ahead of him. Amaya can use his pace here, might go all the way himself. Off those to Orozco as Cardoso was closing in.
Nice pass by Amaya, and again, with Orozco having the amputation only on the one arm, he threw it out perfectly to this big hand.
Herrera takes the hit from the Colombian captain Neme. The fist bump ahead. Cardoso fumbles it, and you don't want to fumble it to this man. Orozco
Argentina has not
makes them pay.
been as careful with the ball in this quarter as they were in the first two. Too many turnovers, just leading to easy goals by Colombia.
The lead is 11 for the Colombians. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Played by Orozco, so Argentina will inbound, but deep inside their own territory. Canyamil looking for Cardoso, takes the hit off the ball from Orozco. Herrera again, over halfway. There's the dribble, past Orozco, away from Orozco, using Cardoso as the shield. Herrera again, the wiggle and the hustle of this man. Beaten back by Amaya, and loses possession to Amaya. Rare mistake from Herrera, and Amaya needs no invitation.
This may be Amaya's best game that I've seen him playing since the start of the tournament, which all these things adding up is not doing many favors to Argentina. Amaya's powers, speed.
Big hit you heard there was Orozco on Cardoso, and Orozco takes it away from the Argentine, and then for Amaya again for another score. And Colombia are cruising away from the Argentines here. 6 goals for Amaya.
What a change in this third quarter.
14-3, the segment score in favor of the Colombians. Canyamil will reduce the arrears briefly.
Quick 3 passes, so there's the laser from Herrera, the second pass, an easy score by Canyamil.
Amaya gathered in by Orozco, ran the challenge of Herrera and of Canyamil. He's so strong and so mobile.
Just letting time run off the clock, knowing that they've got the big lead.
Last 32 seconds of the third period, which has been dominated by Colombia. It really has made the difference. Herrera, Rodriguez, Orozco trying to get back there, but not even Orozco can stop the sheer grit and determination of Herrera for crossing for the Argentine score.
But what Orozco did there is by hustling back as he forced Herrera to score quickly, which will give Colombia that much more time to score on their final possession.
It will be Orozco. Let's see if he stops. He doesn't.
That's just showing Orozco's inexperience, perhaps. This is really his first major international tournament.
Could have just held himself there short of the goal line, taking some time off the clock. But it does give Argentina. And Herrera.
Nice.
That's wonderful. Cardoso.
So there you see the example.
And we've 1 second left in the quarter. Cardoso in.
Watch this pass, right on the money. Just drops it in the bucket.
Well, it's a move that I think Juan Herrera ought to trademark, because we haven't seen anybody else do that in this game. And he uses it time and time and time again. and my word, it's effective. It's the end of the third quarter, which belonged almost exclusively to Colombia. They've probably done enough in this third quarter, outscoring Argentina 16-6. Overall, Colombia by 12 at the three-quarter mark.
We've mentioned this guy over and over and over again. Orozco absolutely dominating. Argentina not having many answers. Oh, that goal did not count. But that didn't happen very often to Orozco because he seemed to score over and over and over again. Herrera, one of our favorite players to watch, takes the big hits, makes some fast passes.
Orozco has 27 of Colombia's 38 goals. And if that isn't a dominant performance, then you show me what is, because I have no idea. 38-26 with 1 quarter remaining. Final 8 minutes of this penultimate preliminary match between Colombia in the yellow and the blue and white stripes of Argentina. The newcomer, number 6, is Moises Alonso, who himself is a terrific competitor. We've seen that this week, and marks his appearance with an early goal for Colombia. If you're just joining us, you're very welcome. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg in the box, and this is really the battle for 4th spot in the standings. And that third period performance by Colombia in general, and Orozco in particular, who, by the way, has not reappeared for the 4th period, may well be the defining factor in this game.
I would guess that Colombia must feel they have this one in the bag. Or perhaps what they're doing is giving Orozco a rest. Perhaps wondering if they may have to bring him in fresh for the final few minutes. Although Alonso is no slouch.
Amaya taking the hits and offloading to Alonso, who has a couple of quick goals at the start of this final quarter. Let's run through the Colombia lineup for you. Alonso 6, Neme is 7, Amaya the speedster is 9, and Edgar Venegas, the beast at the back, 25. That's the Colombian quartet as we see. For the Argentines, who trail by 13, Juan Herrera. Matias Cardoso is 7, 9, Fernando Pantin-Colombo, and 24 is Fernando Canyumil. Gathered in well again by Alonso, who's already caught the eye at the start of this 4th period. Stopped this time by Pantin-Colombo.
The Argentinian player there being blocked off the baseline. Will serve a 1-minute penalty for defending out of bounds.
That will mean a temporary respite for Juan Herrera. First penalty infraction for Herrera, but he's done more than most for Argentina, leading their point scorers with 11. Have to sit it out temporarily. Argentina short-handed, and that means almost certainly that Alonso will cross for a quick hat-trick. Back comes Herrera. Straight into the action. The hit came in from Alonso. And Cardoso. And then they won't be able to get back in time.
Argentina needs to really repeat this over and over and over again to get back in this game quickly, particularly while Orozco is sitting on the bench.
The difference is 13. Alonso quickly offloads, looking for Neme. Cardoso in the way, may still fall for Neme. Over and over the pylon, but the ball just beat the player out of bounds. So Argentina will take over as Foa joins the action.
Argentina has 5 players on the
I was going to say, I was about to say who's gone off. And I think it may well be Pantin Colombo who's left the court. It is indeed. So, Foa on. I mean, I know he's the president of the organisation, but not even he can have a quintet on at any one time. Juan Herrera.
Nice block by Canyonville, taking out 2 players.
Neme turned, but didn't turn quickly enough, having blocked Cardoso. Couldn't be in 2 places at once. And Herrera just had the pace to scoot away and over for the Argentine score. Give away, Cardoso. Sloppy from Colombia, Foa.
Foul for reaching in. Sort of a 1-minute penalty or until the goal is scored. Oh, he stands corrected. I'm not sure what the call was.
Amaya agreed with you, because I tell you what, Amaya was on his way to the penalty box and the whistle brought him back. So
the goal must have counted.
We're back 4 on 4. 11 points, 11 goals, the difference. Here is Alonso. Neme providing the screen. Amaya, it's a great pass from Alonso. Amaya twisting and turning Alonso into the far post. Is he? Is he? He is. Just strength and determination. The momentum carrying Alonso across for the score.
Yeah, there's not much that can stop Alonso. Just bounces off him, keeps his balance, stays in bounds, gets those 2 front wheels over.
Cardoso almost lost it. The leading back, Foa. Ahead of Canyonville. Herrera scooting after it. Had to let it go, out of bounds.
That was a quick call. Herrera thinks he got the ball away before he got knocked out of bounds. Referee disagrees.
Well, he's closer than I am, but I think that Herrera might have a case here.
I think Herrera was right.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. I think he and I saw the same thing. Alonso, but the referee, remember, only gets 1 look. Alonso over halfway for Colombia. Has Neme there if he needs him. He doesn't.
As a former official, I recognize that mistakes are sometimes made, but for the most part, the officials that have been here have been bang on.
It doesn't matter what the sport is. Referees are always the target of the boo boys, and they love to hate them, but, you know, you'd be a referee in any sport in some respects. Especially when there is no benefit of replays.
Exactly.
You make the call, and you hope to goodness that you made the right call. And these people are human, and I'm sure the players respect that ultimately.
That's something else we've talked about. You almost never see a player talking back to an official in these games.
And that is also gratifying to see, because in my opinion there are too many sports where exactly that does happen. And it is heartening to see the fact that these highly tuned athletes who are very focused on the game have the respect for the officials to play to their rules, because let's face it, without a referee there is no game in any sport.
Agreed.
So the timeout is complete, and Colombia will pick up possession with their 13-goal lead. A little under 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Amaya for the returning Edgar Venegas. Venegas will find a way around Canyamel and will do into the corner for Venegas. Screen is provided by Alonso.
Well, it appears that Colombia is running away with this one. It didn't start out that way. The first half, it was extremely tight. But in this third quarter, or in the prior third quarter, sorry, Colombia just pulled away.
There was only 2 points between, 2 goals between these teams at half-time. Now the deficit is 14. So that third period and the dominance of Orozco, and the fourth period perhaps some tired limbs. One or two, you don't want to say heads down, but eventually you realize that frankly the jig is up. Orozco meanwhile has room to smile and room to rest those limbs, because there is a big battle coming in all likelihood in the semi-finals, and then perhaps for a bronze medal as well.
To the best of my knowledge, Colombia has not finished in the top 4 in a zonal championship. So for them to win this game and then potentially play for a bronze medal is quite an achievement for them.
You were talking about the fact that Orozco was only recently classified. Has he played in the major tournament for Colombia, do you know?
He may have played in that tournament that I referred to earlier in Poland. I suspect that's where he was classified internationally. I would guess that from a classification perspective, there might be umbrage with that one hand and the use of that full hand that he has compared to other players. I'm not a classification expert, however, so can't really comment articulately on that.
Cardozo takes the hit from Alonso, who's a big one. Oh, reaching back, manages to rein it in. Return for Cardozo.
Nice pass.
Again. And in for the Argentine captain. Keeps up his record of a goal a game.
Watch this pass just over top of Neme. Knowing that Neme can't get his hands up very quickly with that one classification, doesn't have a lot of shoulder muscle to raise his hands in a very quick fashion. Nice pass to Fo.
Venegas getting a tire change. Chance for the Colombians to catch their breath as the arena continues to fill around us. And the Colombians continue to sing. Look there in the foreground, the number 2 is Jenny Martinez. We haven't seen her on court. She's the one female competitor in wheelchair rugby at these particular championships, but she's been mighty vocal on the sidelines as Cardozo takes the spill. But it's worth just underlining that it is a mixed gender sport.
It is officially a mixed gender sport, and one of the ways that they've tried to encourage more participation by women is changing the classification so that if the athlete is classified at a 1, they actually only count on the floor as a 0.5. Watch this hit. He actually hits on the floor, and then he gets hit in the chair. So he takes a double hit here.
Alonso from behind and Amaya from the front.
But Amaya came over afterwards with a hand slap, and again, the respect between the athletes in this sport is wonderful to see.
Well, Amaya thought he had control, but he's going to give it over. And it is Cardozo into the penalty box.
So a reach-in foul on Cardozo,
which only promotes the opportunity for another Colombian goal. Alonso with that speed and aggression. Neme providing the screen. Alonso in at the corner. And relatively comfortable score for Colombia, who extend that lead now to 14 over Argentina. Cardozo is back, couldn't do anything about the last goal while he sat in the penalty box. Been one of the better performers, Cardozo, for Argentina. And the one-man wrecking machine, Canyamil. Meets Venegas. The immovable object and the irresistible force, and backing in for the score will be Cardozo.
Cardozo and Canyamil, you can tell they've been playing together for a while.
Yep.
They just made eye contact with each other. Cardozo just said, I'm backing up. Canyamil made the easy pass.
Alonso is surprisingly mobile. She's just saw there over halfway inside Herrera for a big man. It's kind of deceptive in how quickly he can maneuver that wheelchair, isn't it? In terms of changing of direction, I'm talking not necessarily straight line speed, although he's not a slouch in that department either.
Canyamil being called for the penalty. It's the second of the game.
Shade over 3 minutes to play. It looks as though Colombia are indeed going to pick up a second victory. Move to 2 and 3. And we'll have an opportunity to play in the semi-finals.
The Colombians have been working with the Canadian national team for the last couple of years to develop the sport in that country, and it seems to have been paying off. I was being told some stories of the Canadians going down to play in a tournament in Cali, and they played a mixed national tournament where they split the teams between Canada and Colombia. So they had a team called Cali-Da, I think Cali, Colombia, Canada, and Cali.
Yeah.
And Canali, I believe, was the other team.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you pronounce the other one? Well, there is no question that Colombia are one of the rising forces in what is fast becoming a global game, when we consider that the Australians are the current world champions, Paralympic champions. Of course, they are not here. This is being the Parapan American Games. Canada and the United States have long been exponents of this sport, but the South Americans are improving, well, almost on a daily basis.
Agreed. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brazil in the top 10 for the next 4 years. It was only in 1989, Nigel, as you know, that the first international wheelchair rugby tournament took place here in Toronto with Canada, the United States, and Great Britain. So from '89 to today, there's now approximately 40 nations that compete in wheelchair rugby.
One of them is Colombia, and Colombia looks as though it's going to get a chance to play in a semi-final and perhaps for a bronze medal. Look at Alonso again. This final period, we hardly saw him in the first half, if at all. But, well, I mean, he's no Orozco, but he's certainly no slouch.
No, that's a good 1-2 punch.
Yeah. 7 goals already for Alonso, and I think all those goals have come in this final period. Canyamil over for the score, and Samaya makes a half-hearted challenge. We're down to just about the last 2 minutes of what started off to be an extremely competitive game, certainly in the first half. Blow for blow, hit for hit, goal for goal. The third period was the clincher. As far as Colombia was concerned, just eased away and managed to maintain that advantage. They've really just managed this fourth quarter, haven't they?
Yeah, Colombia has slowed it down. And every time that Argentina seemed to mount any sort of comeback, Colombia was quick to answer.
Substitution for the Argentinians as Alonso picks up on the court for the Albiceleste, as they call them in soccer, is Mariano Gastaldi, wearing 12. Quick work by Cardozo to release Canyamil, followed by Neme. That's Argentina in for the goal.
Neme showing no signs of tiring or slowing down, and he hasn't come off the court yet.
It's the hit from behind. Neme still offloads to Amaya. A very simple routine score for Colombia as they approach the 50 mark. Something they've achieved only once before in this tournament. That was in their opening game against Chile, which they won by 66 goals to 12. Argentina are appreciably better than the Chileans. Canyamil over halfway. Screen provided by Herrera. Canyamil says thanks very much. Shade over a minute to go of this penultimate game in the prelims. And maybe the appetizer for what is to come. As Alonso takes another goal to his tally. Canada and the US, numbers 2 and 3 in the world to come later tonight. That is not to be missed. As the arena continues to fill around us with plenty of red and white fans anticipating the big match to come. But if this has been the aperitif, it's been a very entertaining one.
Oh, it's just been a fabulous game. I was hoping perhaps that Argentina was able to provide a bit more of a fight back in that third quarter. But all in all, this has been just a tremendous game.
Mene backs over. And Colombia reached the 50 mark for the second time at the 2015 Parapan American Games. Just a little over 30 seconds to play, another turnover. Straight into the arms of Venegas, who did well to hold on. And this may well be the final move of the game. Venegas will take his time, and the shot clock and the game clock runs down simultaneously. Can they score one more? They will score one more. And Venegas with 13 seconds remaining in the game. Colombia can relax now, they know the job is done. Cardozo perhaps with some consolation. Alonso is still trying to stop him and does so. A measure of the competitiveness of both these teams. In the end, the buzzer beats them all. It's over now. Colombia chalks up its second win. A win that will elevate the Colombians into fourth place and into the semi-finals. It was the third period that killed Argentina. Much to do with Orozco, and Colombia run out comfortable winners by 51 goals to 36.
And the referees for tonight's match from Australia.
Partido son la formación inicial de...
is a mixed-gender sport. Players move the ball by carrying, dribbling, or passing toward the opponent's end. Contact between wheelchairs is allowed, and players frequently collide as they attempt to stop their opponents and take control of the ball.
El rugby en silla de ruedas es un deporte mixto, donde los jugadores mueven la pelota, llevándola, haciendo amores o pasándola hacia el extremo del oponente. Se permite el contacto entre las sillas de ruedas y los jugadores se caen con frecuencia cuando intentan detener a los oponentes y controlar la pelota.
The game is played on a hardwood court that is marked by boundary lines, a center line, center circle, and two key areas.
And a warm welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre. The preliminary rounds almost complete, just one game to go. And it is the game that has been long anticipated between Canada, the #2 team in the world, and the United States, #3. Both teams coming into this game with perfect records. Canada beating Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile. And the Americans have already knocked off all their opponents as well, with those victories over Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and the 4th South American team from Colombia. It is time for the team introductions inside the arena.
Representando Canada. Señoras y señores, representando a Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, led by the captain, number 10, Trevor Hirschfield. Number 2, Travis Farrell. Number 4, Jason Crow. Number 7, Byron Green. Number 8, Mike Whitehead. Number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 11, Fabien Lavoie. Number 12, Patrice Dagenet. Number 14, David Wilsey. Number 15, Patrice Simard. Number 33, Zach Fadell. Canada's led by their head coach, Kevin Orr.
Representando les États-Unis y representando a Estados Unidos.
And representing the United States, number 3, Rob Deller. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chun. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cohn. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. And number 21, Clayton Brackett. United States head coach, James Gumbert.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont, los árbitros de este partido son.
And the referees for tonight's match, from Sweden, Ulrika Olsen. And from Great Britain, Brian Ward.
Nigel Reid alongside David Legg, welcoming you to an electric atmosphere inside the Mississauga Sports Centre. We've waited
Now the starting lineup for
this
Canada.
particular game.
Number 7,
I'm going to put you on
Green.
the spot before the tip-off.
Number 8, Mike
Who do
Whitehead.
you like, or is it
Number
just
10,
too close to
Trevor
call?
Hirschfield. And number 33, Zach Fadell.
Canada ranked number 2 in the world. The U.S. ranked number 3. They have gone back and forth since the invention of the
Number
game.
5,
Number 33, Zach Medell is a star for Canada. He's the baby of the bunch, but he is such a big part of what Canada does.
Zach Medell recognized not just by me, but many others as one of the best in the world in wheelchair rugby.
The United States, Chuck Aoki, Ernie Chun, McBride, and Cohn is their starting quartet.
Chuck Aoki is the standout in that group, but the U.S. can put out any 4 of their 12 players, and they're going to be strong.
It is a head-to-head that has been long coming. It is a head-to-head that we may well see playing for gold and silver. This isn't the phony war. This will be intense. The rivalry between Canada and the US in any sport is just that intense. But it is just as marked, if not more, in what they used to call murder ball, invented by the Canadians. Not exactly perfected by the Americans, but they've been battling this sport for the best part of 30 years. And here comes the latest installment between Canada in the red vests and the royal blue of the United States. Zach Medell there under the spotlight will contest the opening tip-off. Watch out for this young number 33 for the Canadians, one of their most mobile and quickest, most accurate players. As the Swedish official prepares to tip, Medell up, it's the first thing, and the early turnover goes the way of the United States, and Chuck Aoki in a bind. Aoki looking to turn and score that opening goal, gets away now, Aoki, and will lead off the United States. First blood to the Americans.
This is going to be fast and furious. I think this is going to go down to the last few minutes of the game. It'll be back and forth, I suspect, throughout the entire game.
Zach Medell, as advertised, in for the tying goal. Some huge cheers around the arena from a largely pro-Canadian crowd. First of many, we suspect, for Zach Medell, but before we get too carried away, one or two basics about the sport itself. It is 4-on-4 rugby. There are time limitations, but it's not just any 4 from your roster of 12, or in fact, as far as the Canadians are concerned, 11. There is some math involved as well with the coaching staff, David.
So that is because of what's called sport classification. And so in order to allow players of differing functional abilities, as a result of their disability, an opportunity to participate and be equally important on the floor, they classify players. You're allowed 8 points on the floor at one time. A player like Medell, who has the most functional ability as a result of his disability, would be classified as a 3.5. A player with a high-level lesion and their spinal cord resulting in quadriplegia might be classified as a 0.5 or a 1. And again, you can only have 8 points on the floor at one time.
So Zach Medell is indeed the only 3.5 athlete between either of these teams, but he is alongside someone like number 7, Brian Green, who is a 0.5, and as David says, those 4 players on the court at any one time must not exceed that 8 points limits. Inbound from number 10, Trevor Hirschfield, the Canadian captain. When you are inbound from behind your own goal line or from in your own half of the court, 2 things happen. Firstly, you've got 12 seconds to get over halfway. Canada denied right there.
That was great pressure by the Americans, forcing Whitehead to turn on a couple of occasions and not able to make that pass in time to beat the 12-second violation.
So 12 seconds is one stipulation. Then, when you are in an offensive mood, you are given a total of 40 seconds on the shot clock to complete that maneuver, hopefully which results in a goal for your team. Eventually the shot clock does expire. Aoki over for the Americans. Chuck Aoki, a 3.0 athlete, so again, higher ability, more mobility, and by and large a quicker athlete as well.
Exactly, and Chuck Aoki actually used to play wheelchair basketball as an athlete who was classified for wheelchair rugby. That's somewhat rare.
Treasure Hirschfield over for the Canadian score.
Great pass by Whitehead, right on the money to Hirschfield, who's classified as a 1. You know, there's a lot of people that think Hirschfield's one of the very best in the world. He was just named as an MVP of a tournament Canada played in not too long ago down in Australia.
They call Hirschfield T-Bone. You can work out your own reasons why, but we've seen him play all week. And we think we've worked out exactly why he's known as T-Bone. Talking of which, there is, of course, hitting at a lot of it in this sport, the head-on collisions, the blind side from the side as well, and also from behind, but as Zach Medell.
Yeah, Chen not fast enough there to make sure that Medell didn't sneak into the corner.
You can back in and score as well, as we'll see here. Executed by Medell, turning the chair and backing in as long as you're in possession and in control of the ball. You don't have to go in front first, but you do have to get 2 wheels over. And in goes Seth McBride for the Americans. And the goals come thick and fast in this sport.
So Whitehead makes a good attempt to try and block him, but he has the wherewithal to hang on to the ball and still make it in. Zach Medell just put a stick on the American and then bounced off him to score.
McBride certainly felt that hit seconds after scoring at one end. He was defending at the other, but couldn't stop Medell, who's got a terrific turn of speed. Aoki away.
Chuck Aoki showing why he's recognized as one of the very best.
Hirschfield managed to keep his balance, but couldn't stop Aoki. They're trading goals at a rapid rate here. This is exactly what we expected.
Yeah, exactly as advertised, Nigel. This is going to be a fabulous game.
Whitehead now at speed. Aoki back doing some defense for the Americans. Offloads to Medell. Takes the hit from McBride. In again is Medell.
Zach Medell picked two Americans while his teammates set the play up. And then he broke free from that and was able to score. Chuck Aoki actually learned about rugby by watching the movie Murderball, which was about these exact two teams and their rivalry leading up to the 2004 Paralympic Games in Athens.
And we talk about rivalry, and that is almost an understatement. And if you've watched that wonderful documentary, Murderball, which was released back in 2005, 10 years ago, it gives you an absolutely clear idea of how seriously these players take their sport and just how intense the rivalry is, particularly between the Canadians and the US, as Whitehead is in to tie it up again.
I think Aoki takes an elbow right from Whitehead there, as Whitehead holds in the ball.
Well, the film was called Murderball for a reason, and over the next hour or so, you're going to find out exactly why. The players respect each other, but they are fiercely intense at their sport.
These two teams have been in the top 5 for the last 10 years, so they've played each other in a lot of big contests.
First timeouts of the night is called, so temporary reprieve, but it won't last long. The crowd into it as well, and the first timeout for the US. Timeouts are also a strategy and can be used tactically throughout the game.
Certainly, so they're allowed 4 timeouts from the floor the players can call, and then 2 from the bench during a stoppage and play. The most typical time you'll see a timeout called by the players on the floor is when they know that that 12-second clock is ticking to get it over the half court.
In for the Americans comes the impressive Joe Delagrave, one of the co-captains, trying to reach in, but illegally was Whitehead, and he has been sent to the penalty box.
Whitehead was going for a jump ball. He was hoping that the referee would side with him, but no, the referee saw a reach-in call. And that's because Delagrave raised his arms, and that's why reaching in for the ball is such a dangerous move.
Look at the determination there on the face of Delagrave. I've got the ball, you're not ripping it away, you're not getting it. And what Canada did get was a penalty, so they are short-handed, and we often see when a team has a player in the penalty box, the opponents often score. Offloaded for Delagrave here. Delagrave has plenty of room.
So what's happening right now is the American players are trying to set a pick on Zach Medell so that he can't come and get the ball after they score the goal. Because the Americans are fairly certain they're going to score with the man advantage. And
they do score now to Delagrave, with Medell stranded upfield. So out of your shots, Medell is trying to find himself some room.
And he still gets over.
He still gets there. Surrounded by 2 American chairs. One of them is Scaturo, the other is Wheeler. And now Whitehead away. Medell! He's pretty difficult to ignore, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know how you lose Medell in the offensive set. He's pretty sneaky, though. It's sometimes hard to keep track of him.
And yet we see, and it's worth talking about this, Medell, just 21 years of age. He's only been playing the sport for 4 years. We see players in their 30s, their 40s, even in their 50s who are 20, 30-year veterans of this sport. And Medell seems to have taken it to like the proverbial duck to water.
Oh, he's a phenom. And in every sport, you'll find those special athletes that just somehow seem to rise above head and shoulders above all the others. Zach Medell is one of those examples. A Wayne Gretzky, perhaps, of wheelchair rugby.
The touch off Wheeler.
Zach Medell also playing wheelchair basketball here in Toronto at the National Training Center out of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. I was watching him dribble the volleyball behind his back, and you don't see that very often with wheelchair rugby players.
In for the Canadians, number 9, Cody Caldwell. Plenty of family here watching him tonight. As the Americans and the Canadians trade goals, all square, 7 apiece. Eric Newby wearing 9, trying to force his way through, and Newby uses that strength to score.
That was a great goal by Newby. really powered it through that hole.
Inbound with Travis Morale for Caldwell. Away from his own key. That's the rectangle just outside the...
Here comes the big hit.
Itself. That's the hit. Travis Morale, though, is the beneficiary.
So like a quarterback sitting in the pocket, Caldwell knew the big hit was coming, and he still got the pass away for Morale.
And we're all tied up again at 8 apiece. Delagrave, those long arms reaching up, popping it out of the air. The hit will come from Morale. In the end, it doesn't. And into the path of Scaturo for the American score.
So we just had a warning from the referee about contact before the whistle. Nice pass, leading to an easy goal. So you'll see the players circling around and around and around prior to the whistle, trying to get position. So the goal will be scored. Now watch the players circle, almost like sharks, trying to get position on one another.
Another for Manel, using that explosion of speed down the left-hand court. And in for the score, once again. These teams cannot be separated 9 apiece.
They picked Delagrave down the court, and the only way he was able to get released was by saying he was going to be the inbounder, which is what the Canadians want, because Delagrave has such long arms, it's almost impossible to stop a pass into him.
Newby took the pass from Wheeler. Newby will get the hits from Caldwell. Newby, we've seen his strength already. And Delagrave. No goal.
No, it was 10 seconds, I think. The American was in the key for more than the allotted time. Turnover for the Canadians.
As the offensive player, you can only spend 10 seconds or less in the opponent's key. Whatever you're going to do in this game, you generally have to do it quickly. Canada will score again. It's Caldwell. His first score of the night. Canada by 1. Caldwell reaching in, and Medell almost picked it off.
So as he's going out of bounds, he looks at the referee, yells timeout, and gets the call, so they retain possession.
Quick thinking by Caldwell. By Medell, I beg your pardon.
So Medell, Nigel, we've come up with so many nicknames for him. We have the quiet assassin, I think, is the one at the moment that we've chosen.
I'm not sure he's quiet. Baby-faced, I think.
Oh, the baby-faced assassin.
Baby-faced assassin.
The rabid Wolverine I made reference to. I was talking to Zach's mom, Wendy, earlier, and she said she approved of both of those. I can't say that he's approved of either, but at least she has.
Well, I mean, you look at him and those rosy cheeks, and he looks like such a nice, quiet boy, but when you get him on the court, there is no stopping. He is a fearsome competitor. There is no question about that. And very much the star of this Canadian team.
So the American player there is called for an infraction because he was the 4th player to go into the key, and you're only allowed to have 3 in the key when you're on defense.
Scaturo will serve the penalty as a result. Canada inbound with Morale. Finds Caldwell. Spinning around, I beg your pardon. Now Medell. Away from Wheeler. Another very comfortable score for Medell. Medell not allowing Wheeler out of his sight. Just jostling, jockeying for position. As inbound for Newby. A quick pass away from Newby for Wheeler. Morale doing his best to push him wide. They've done so. Referee's whistle.
So the referee there made a difficult call. Once Wheeler turned back, he decided that the offensive thrust of Wheeler's play had stopped, and therefore, because an equipment timeout had been called behind the play, he blew the whistle dead. It'll still be the U.S.'s ball, however.
Breather for everybody as Zach Medell gets some running repairs from the technical team. One wheel off, another wheel on. There's not many ways he can stop Matt. One wheel off, another wheel on. There's not many ways he can stop Zach Medell. Maybe removing the wheel would even up the score a little.
I think that call helped the Canadian team, because I'm thinking Wheeler would have scored on that play.
Certainly looked all over it that he was in. Here he comes again. Wheeler takes the hit from Medell.
Nice pass by Wheeler.
Newby in for the score at the far.
You don't see the bounce pass employed very often, but he used that one to perfection.
Now Travis Morale getting up ahead of steam. Takes the hit. And beautifully, the bounce pass ahead for Medell. Just managed to gather it in before those wheels cross the American goal line.
So you can see the Americans there quickly trying to tie up Medell and then breaking free. There's two of the fastest players you'll see in wheelchair rugby going at it.
And Medell managed to make up the lost yards. He must have given Wheeler a 2 or 3 yard start there. Managed to catch him. Now Newby, we've seen his strength already. Big hit from Medell. And in at the corner is Scaturo.
It's a nice pass by Newby over top of Medell to awaiting Scaturo.
Meanwhile, as you're watching the replay, Cody Caldwell in to extend the lead for Canada to 2 in the final minute of the first period. Inbound from Newby from behind his own goal. Delagrave, watched by Caldwell. Delagrave using his strength. Got to get it over halfway, takes the hit. Nicely cushioned path for Newby.
As loud as this crowd is, you can hear the Canadian coach, Kevin Orr, yelling at his athletes, contain, press, etc. I think it's worth noting that Kevin Orr coached the American team for a number of years before coming up to Canada.
Look at the class of Medell again here, weaving one way and the other. And over for the score. It's a joy to watch Zach Medell in full flight.
He's a special player. He knows when to hang on to it and just bust through a couple of attempts to stop him.
Well, you said it before I said it. You said what I was thinking. The point about the Canadian coach, Kevin Orr, the American, used to coach the US team. And if anybody's amped up in this arena, it's got to be the Canadian coach.
I agree. And in many respects, this game, quite honestly, doesn't matter in the standings because they're both going to finish 1 and 2. They'll play in the semifinals, and they'll most likely play each other again in the finals. And we wondered if they might hold something back. Well, I think it's quite apparent they're not.
Did you really think that was going to happen? Really? Newby, the wayward pass. Delagrave picks it up. Out of bounds, was it? Huge cheers echo around the Mississauga Sports Arena.
This place has been rocking from the get-go. The players came out to Guns N' Roses. This is the jungle. Welcome to the jungle, sorry. It's just been crazy ever since.
Canada shading it at the end of the first period. 8 goals for Medell, for the Canadians, 5 for Aoki. And Canada just holding sway at the end of the first quarter, leading the US by 14 goals to 12.
As we expected, Zach Medell showing us why he's one of the world's best players. Scoring, forwards, backwards. The Americans certainly up to this game as well. And that's being reflected in the score. This is a tight one. I'm thinking it's going to be tight the whole way through.
One of the goals here for Chuck Aoki leads the way for the Americans with 5 goals. Wheeler has 3. And the second period is moments away. Canada by 2.
Oh, keep it going, guys. Keep it going. It is action. Over here. All right. You know what? I'm a high energy guy. Can we go a little fast? Let's go fast. Hey. Hey. Let's go. All right. Excellent, everybody. Give yourself a round of applause.
Second quarter underway. It is the last of the preliminaries before we get into the medal rounds. Canada in red against the navy blue vests of the US. Canada number 2 in the world, US number 3. Both teams certain to finish 1 and 2. It's just a question of who finishes 1 and who finishes 2 in the final league table, if you like, between the 6 competing nations. We know Brazil has finished 3rd. We know that Colombia has finished 4th. So we know 2 of the semi-finalists. Well, we know all the semi-finalists now. Josh Wheeler makes his way to the penalty box for the Americans, who will be short-handed for the following play. And an easy goal for the incoming Patrice Simard. Inbound from Dave Wilsey, who we are seeing for the first time tonight.
Dave Wilsey, one of the veterans of this Canadian team. Been around the block a few times, been playing since the 90s. He's got his brother doing the announcing across the court. Dave has also played a significant role by being a mentor to some of the younger players like Colby Caldwell, who moved from Peterborough to live in the London area and train with Dave.
Wheeler with the goal, his first of the night, as the two great rivals continue to trade goals.
Zach Vidal calling a smart timeout, knowing that the time clock was ticking. Nigel, you mentioned earlier the other teams and knowing where they're standing. This is the first time I've noticed all the other countries sticking around to watch this game. This is a big game for everybody involved. We got the Brazilians down in front of us and the Colombians, the Chileans at the one end. Like, they're all sticking around after their games earlier today because they want to see this match too. This is this is a heavyweight fight.
Certainly the Brazilians and the Colombians need to know what's coming tomorrow, as they will play their semi-finals against these two. Medal, well, very few have been able to stop him this week. Aoki's doing his best, but the touch inside from Medal. There's the dribble with the bounce. Something that every player must do every 10 seconds while in possession. Another bounce from Medal.
Oh, Wilsey had position in the key, but he just wasn't able to corral it in. Aoki's calling a quick equipment timeout to get his sleeve rolled up.
Canada by 2 with a minute gone in the second quarter. That is Aoki. US inbound. From Scaturo. Turning away is McBride. Now Wheeler. Well, we've seen his pace many times this week, Josh Wheeler. And that's an excellent example of how quickly teams can transition from defense to offense and score those quick goals.
And that's what makes these two teams just so much better than the other 4 that we've seen this week, is that ability to switch gears and go from defense to offense.
We'll see for Medal. Backs away from one. There's always blue opponents around him. Wilsey back to goal. Bounces it from Medal. Medal looking for a way round. And will find it. Forces his way over.
The American players were behind that line trying to defend. And so the goal was awarded to Medal.
Already 9 of 16 goals for Medal. Medal with the hit this time on Newby. Not enough to stop him. Medal back for more, trying to force him wide. 2 Americans collide. Aoki takes the hit from Medal, and then 2 of the Canadian teammates.
All 4 Canadian players coming back to defend. Like good two-way hockey players.
Aoki falls backwards. Now the shot clock is ticking down into single figures. Aoki looking for the pass. 5 seconds left. Referee's whistle. Timeout called.
We're in Toronto. The Maple Leafs could use some good two-way players, like the Canadian wheelchair rugby players out here today.
Nothing to choose in this second period. 2 goals apiece between the Canadians and the Americans. And there at Josh Wheeler, in one of their more enthusiastic performers, with a pair of goals behind Newby with 3 and Aoki with 5. Well, so far, the script is as we expected it to be, David. Wheeler, Aoki turning quickly, looking for the back stick, turns inside. Great maneuverability by Aoki, there is some room.
Very smart play by Aoki, recognizing that Whitehead had been cut off on the far corner by Wheeler. Wheeler setting a great pick on the outside.
And by Whitehead, finds Fabien Lavoie wearing 11. Lavoie has been a terrific operator for Canada this week. Just about their leading scorer. He will help himself. He will hope to maybe double digits in terms of goals tonight if he can get there. Offloads and waiting for the pass ahead is Treasure Hirschfield.
Hirschfield, that player we were talking about earlier, classified as a 1.0, so perhaps doesn't appear to be the quickest or the niftiest player on the court, but recognized internationally as one of the very best, and most recently named as MVP of one of the tournaments Canada played in.
Wheeler again.
Watch this hit.
Wheeler! Coming in on Lavoie. Film speed from both. Lavoie committed to defense. Wheeler committed to score. And the mats will come out.
So Lavoie took the brunt as far as falling over, but Wheeler had to call for an equipment timeout. I think his wheel took a bit of a bang there too. And Nigel, as we've noticed over and over and over again, these players, just like Timex, take a licking and keep on ticking. I hate using cliches like that, but it just came to mind. These guys don't waste a moment.
Well, Lavoie there, you saw him get up and look at his turn of speed now with Aoki. Hits his own player, Hirschfield this time. And out of bounds. Timeout says
Lavoie and Hirschfield. Lavoie and Hirschfield are looking at each other, and I think they're saying, I thought you were going that way.
One of the features of this sport, by and large, is that kind of sixth sense, that understanding between teammates of who's going where, who's going to receive, who's doing the blocking. That was not a good example of it.
No. But both these teams have played a lot together, although we were talking about murder ball earlier. There's 4 players on the Canadian team that were in that film still playing. The Americans don't have any.
Whitehead, Lavoie. Another big hit. Lavoie manages to keep his balance and offload.
So Whitehead made that pass too soon. Lavoie was called for over and back, but that's on Whitehead. Whitehead's got to be patient and just wait 1 more second before making that pass.
You see Lavoie gets over, but then comes back. And over and back. Concedes possession to the Americans. They trail by just 1. Approaching the midway point of this second quarter. Aoki. Aoki away and will use the gap to motor away from Hirschfield and tie us all up again. 17 apiece. Well, we knew it was going to be close, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Equipment timeouts.
This is Wheeler's second wheel within the last 2 minutes. We were talking earlier, a lot of these players will come with 2 or 3 of the metal wheels, and then what happens is the equipment staff will run off, and they'll bring 20 inner tubes.
Per player.
per player.
That's 20 attitudes per player, by the way, Lavoie. We were talking to, as Lavoie scoots away, to huge cheers from the hometown faithful for a score to re-establish Canada's lead. We've already seen Trevor Hirschfield on court. Well, his dad, Bob, is the Canadian equipment manager. He came by the booth yesterday and gave us almost a blow-by-blow account of exactly how he and how he travels and what equipment he brings with him. Wheeler's too strong again.
What a smart play by Wheeler. He perfectly read the Canadian players and followed his block, and just Lavoie had no idea where he was until the last second.
And Lavoie, as we know, is no slouch. He's one of the quickest. Just looking over both shoulders, and down goes Wheeler.
Unfortunate play for the Americans, because that was great aggressive defense, and they had a beat on the ball. The two American players fought for the same ball and knocked it out of bounds.
Out come the mats for Wheeler as he collided, indeed, with Chad Cohn.
Wheeler gets up smiling.
All part of the fun of the fair, as far as murder ball or wheelchair rugby is concerned. Some running repairs for Wheeler. He's good to go. Canadian inbound from Hirschfield. Hirschfield the younger, for Lavoie. Just wheeling around, looking for that gap. As the Americans come to press with Cohn. But into the corner. He spotted it.
Smart goal by Lavoie, showing good patience, waiting for those holes to open up, kind of like a running back standing behind the line of scrimmage, waiting for his lineman to make the blocks.
Aoki, one to beat. Does it comfortably away from Patrice Dagenet. And it to tie it up again for the Americans. There is no let up. It is relentless from one end to the other. Whitehead, Lavoie. Away for Scaturo. And Lavoie again. Has some room to put the Canadians back in front. Then first to 20.
Calling for an equipment timeout. Looks.
Well, flapping his wings, Lavoie, as he's helpless. He just has to wait for the replacement, and here it comes. How quickly they're removed. But there is actually a time stipulation with these stoppages.
That's right, they're given 60 seconds by which to take the one tire off and put the second one on. And if they're not done in that time, then a player substitution is required.
But look how long that took. That couldn't have taken more than, what, 10 seconds, and we've seen so often. Well, there's going to be more running repairs here.
The analogy we've found is almost like a Formula One race pit crew. The speed and efficiency by which they're able to make these changes.
And I believe that is Trevor Hirschfield's dad, Bob, on quickly to fix both wheels for Lavoie. And he's ready to go again. There is that time stipulation for those wheel changes and repairs to the chairs. But I don't think at one point this week we've seen maybe one substitution have to be made. Aoki away again. Offloads for Wheeler.
Wheeler and Aoki have been playing really well together in these last few minutes. They seem to know where each other are. Aoki just tosses the pass out there, knowing that Wheeler's going to make the back cut.
Lavoie being blocked in. As Whitehead.
Lavoie's got to get away from Wheeler and come to the ball. That's it.
Lavoie does get there in the end, and away from Wheeler this time. And Wheeler's quick.
Watch this hit.
Look at this hit. Oh. They both saw it coming, Aoki and Lavoie, and they both thought better of it. That would have been a massive hit, but Lavoie twisting one way and left, then the handing off for Whitehead. Back for Lavoie. Shot clock down to a dozen seconds. Lavoie having to back out. He can only spend 10 seconds inside.
And with only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, they were able to pull that one out.
Whitehead the scorer.
So Lavoie has gone back and forth on a couple of occasions, and Whitehead, seeing the open corner, snuck in.
Americans on offense, inevitably with Chakayoki. And the man zipped over. Aoki's goal will stand.
So this penalty that's been called behind the play was a spin. And in that particular instance, the American player must have hit Desjardins behind the axle of the wheel, causing a violent, very quick spin, which is quite dangerous.
And that's really, when we're talking about hits, it is that spin movement behind the back axle, which is the one which is generally penalized.
That's correct. I didn't see what player it was, and it looks to me like that was the call the referee made, but I could be incorrect.
Desjardins up the right way up again and ready to get on with it.
Yeah, so it results in not a 1-minute penalty, but just in a change in possession.
No penalty called. There's still 4 on 4 here. 2:29 left in the second quarter. 8 minutes per quarter. Back with us again is Cody Caldwell. Caldwell over halfway, the bounce and the dribble. Looked like a hit was coming, but Caldwell in unchallenged.
Caldwell very smartly followed his lead blocker, Hirschfield. It could have gone either way, depending on which way the block ended up panning out.
Ernie Chun now on the court wearing it for the United States. Zach Liddell is back on. It's a great handoff. I think it's Delagrave in for the American score. Trading goals again at alarming rates as we approach the end of the second quarter towards halftime. Still one in it. Caldwell and Hirschfield.
Americans did a great job pinning Liddell down, not letting him be the inbound ball.
Caldwell over halfway. Forward from Liddell. Liddell spinning away from trouble. Now has the speed and in.
Liddell followed Hirschfield's block again, like a pulling guard. Just went right through the hole. Caldwell got called for reaching in, foul on the arm. Because the Americans already had possession, he'll serve a 1-minute penalty as opposed to a turnover.
So Caldwell into the penalty box. Canada short-handed. Will give the Americans a chance to reduce the arrears. At the moment the difference is 2. Forward by Newby. Delagrave, plenty of court ahead of him, and will coast in for the score.
So the American players are trying to get possession, or position, sorry, on Zach Liddell, so that when they do score, he can't be the player that gets the ball inbound.
As Delagrave does, and as you said, out of your picture there, they were jostling for position, trying to get Liddell out of the equation, but it's so difficult. Liddell picks up the ball on the bounce from Caldwell, spins away from Ernie Chun, inside Chun, offloads for Caldwell. Caldwell away from Delagrave.
What a fake Caldwell just put on Delagrave. Watch this. Which way am I going to go? Oh, I went the other way.
Wonderful maneuverability by these athletes. Newby gathers it in. And will race for the line and makes it ahead of his opposite number 9, Cody Caldwell. Once again, the deficit is just 1. The immaculate Liddell away from Newby. Chun's in his way. The hit comes in from McBride. Can he force his way over? Was there ever any doubt?
He is so strong. Liddell's from the town called Okotoks, which translates to Big Rock. I think that should be his new nickname, the Big Rock. Oh, Hirschfield showing why he's been MVP of some tournaments. Just with a quick, sneaky steal.
And very quickly, there's a 2-point gap between Canada and the United States. Last minute of the first half. Canada lengthen the lead? Or will the Americans come back? They will if Delagrave has anything to do with it. Over halfway, Delagrave. Fine pass for Newby. Newby pushed in, and it's back to just 2.
I don't know if there's been a greater difference than just 2 goals throughout this whole first half. It has been back and forth the entire time.
Liddell teasing Chung. Final seconds, and it all slows down. Explain why quickly.
Well, what they're trying to do is they want to score with only a few seconds left so that the other team, the Americans, get possession of the ball, and possession will switch in the next quarter. So Canada scores, U.S. gets possession, but then they've only got a few seconds.
They've only got one.
To score.
Jason Crone with the goal. Buzzer will beat them all.
And so Canada will get the ball to start the next.
Half-time in front of a raucous crowd in Mississauga. And it is the men in red that lead. They have a 3-point advantage at half-time. It has been a back-and-forth battle between Canada and the US. We expected no less. At half-time, Canada leading the United States by 27 goals to 24. Glance at the match statistics, David. Well, there's a few turnovers. That's the first thing that pops out. Just one apiece, and that's a testament to the ability of both these teams.
Exactly. If you've been watching any other games prior to this, it's usually the turnovers that's an indication of the score, but there haven't been any. This game has been back and forth. It has been exactly as advertised. Tough, hard-nosed. The big players making the big plays.
One of 10 goals for Zach Liddell in this first period. That one for Morale at the other end. We saw Takaoki and Spaturio going over. But these two teams have been going back and forth and back and forth. Newby's been one of the bright lights for the Americans in this first half. 5 goals for Newby.
Wheeler's made some outstanding passes. An example right there.
The big hits, all part and parcel of the game. They all know they're coming. This time Lebois felt it all coming. And that time it was Wheeler who was tipped over.
And yet we never see a player go off.
I don't think the thought even enters their mind. The strength again of Zach Liddell leading the scorers for the Americans. Chuck Aoki with 9. Behind him, Newby has 5. Canada at half-time has the advantage by 3. The third period is moments away. the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is the big North American rivalry between Canada in the red vests and the navy blue of the United States of America. Nothing to choose between them at half-time. USA, the deficit was 3. It's quickly down to 2 with a 10th goal for Chuck Aoki.
In some previous games when the Macarena was being played in the halftime, both Canadian-American players sometimes joined in. It was such a relaxed atmosphere. Not this time.
I don't think so. Picking it up is Hirschfield. Reaching him was Newby. Handing off to Medell. Blocked off once again by Newby. Medell. Shot clock down to 15. Medell using his strength again. Can he back in? May have to hand it off. Can he force his way into the corner?
I don't know if that should have counted, though. It looked to me like his back wheel hit the pylon before the front two went over the line.
Referee was happy. Goal stands. It's another one for Medell. His 11th. The Canadian quartets. 7 Byron Green, 8 Mike Whitehead, 10 Trevor Hirschfield, and 33 Zach Medell. Remember, the sport classification cannot exceed 8.0 between the 4 on the court at any one time. For the Americans, 5 Chuck Aoki, 7 Jason Regia, 9 Eric Newby, and 21 Clayton Brackett. Didn't see him in the first half. He's the speedster Brackett.
That was a nice pass by Whitehead to know that Hirschfield was in that corner and would be breaking towards the net. Just an easy lob up in front of Hirschfield, allowing him to corral it in and make the easy score.
So 3 points the difference early in the third period. This the battle for first place in the standings. Eric Newby, classified as a 2.0 athlete, so that's kind of mid-range, I guess.
That's right.
Aoki picks it up, immediately turns onto offense, looking for Brackett. He's fenced in. Aoki goes alone over halfway.
So the big matchup here is Medell against Aoki.
5 against 33. Medell looking for Aoki, pushing him wide. You're absolutely right.
Looks like Hirschfield scraped Aoki's face as he was trying to get the ball. I think Aoki's taken an elbow to the nose from Whitehead and now a hand to the face from Hirschfield.
They're made of strong stuff, these players. Have another look here.
Oh, maybe not.
Aoki will not be denied and in for the score. That's the best way to answer your opponents. Inbound from Hirschfield. For Whitehead. 12 seconds to get over half court. Does that with the dribble, does Whitehead. Away from Newby. Whitehead will go it alone. Gets the big hits.
Whitehead is an absolute bull of a player. Aoki came across and ultimately was called out of bounds, but it didn't matter. He wasn't going to stop Whitehead.
Determination on the face of Mike Whitehead. I'm coming. You're not stopping me. Matched only by the speed and dexterity of Chuck Aoki at the other end. The pick of the Americans so far in this game.
Aoki made a really smart play there, recognizing that it was Medell that was the last player back. So he angled him off for an easy score.
Comes the determined Whitehead again. Like shelling peas for Zach Medell. There's the smile.
Medell often doesn't stop smiling.
Aoki again blocked inevitably by Medell, offloads to Brackett. Aoki took a tumble.
So there's an example right there of a penalty on Whitehead for a spin, hitting behind the axle right there. Aoki's taking a bit of a beating in this game.
face down, bang, right there. And that will mean the penalty, which will be served, as you say, by Mike Whitehead. Aoki ready for more. Plenty more. This is Clayton Brackett. Now, he is speedy. We've seen it all week. Not always speedy when he's faced by Zach Liddell. Offloads to Aoki. Immediately, Liddell is in to challenge, to block his path. Aoki bides his time. Likelihood, score at the corner.
So again, Aoki looking over his shoulder to make sure that his teammates are kind of boxing Whitehead or Medell out. So it's going to make the inbound that much more difficult.
Whitehead finds it despite the hit from Brackett. Quick pass ahead. Medell.
There's Wendy Medell, Zach's mother from Okotoks. You can tell by the sign she's holding.
Unstoppable is about the best description I've heard of this young man. Congratulations to Wendy and to the Medell family. We're going to have to tell everybody where Okotoks is in a minute. We know it's Alberta, and I Google mapped it, so I know. The internet's a wonderful thing in this day and age. Meanwhile, Aoki, 4.5 minutes remaining. In the third, Nubio for the score. So, Okotoks, Alberta.
Oh, come on. Everybody knows that Okotoks is just south of Calgary, not far from my current hometown of beautiful downtown Cochrane, Alberta.
Here is Medell, town's most famous resident, who will scoot away to score again for Canada. Well, his mum's got the sign, and unstoppable is the apt description for Zach Medell. Looks like Aoki's going to take a breather. Indeed, the entire quartet is going to be changed. So we see the return of Ernie Chun and Adam Scuturo. Also back with us is Josh Wheeler and Seth McBride. And as you said, when those substitutions happen, we never see them in singles or in odd numbers. They're usually in twos or fours.
Yeah, coaches will usually pair two players together so that they'll add up to 4, which allows them to use them in groupings, and they can play well together, a 2 and a 2, a 2.5 and a 1.
Wheeler for McBride. McBride cut off by Medell. And fumbled, and then interference from Medell. Keeps it in bounds.
What a play to keep that ball in bounds.
Did remarkably well to return. Now look at the speed from Medell to get away from Chun, and the handoff will make it easy for Hirschfield. And once again, the arena is alive.
Watch, the ball's just bouncing all over. That's like a pinball machine, but Medell just grabs it before it goes over the line.
Sensational play from Zach Medell, but the job isn't done yet. Well, the Americans know they need to match these Canadians stride for stride. The gap is 4 at the time being.
Wheeler's just going to back right in. He's too strong. Once he gets positioned like that, there's nothing they can do.
And the Americans know they can't allow the Canadians to open up any sort of a gap in the respective standings here. They're back within 3.
And the ability of either team to score fast and furious means you don't want to let either one get much of a lead.
Look at the hit that Medell took, still managed to offload to Caldwell, and the lead is up to 4 again. The sort of hit that shakes the arena to its foundations, right there. Caldwell had the easy job there. That's why it's a team sport. Ernie Chun inbounds. McBride, away from his own key area. It's hit by Jason Crone. The red chairs in and around Wheeler. Chun in possession turns into Crone. Offloads to McBride. Now Wheeler. Liddell inevitably is there, but he's not the only one, so it's Caldwell. Trying to back in and will do successfully.
What effort by Wheeler.
It's Wheeler.
Oh, but Liddell was called for a penalty on the play. I don't know if the goal will count.
Have another look. It was Liddell on Wheeler. Was he in control of the ball as he crossed the Canadian goal line?
So the goal counts, and Liddell gets the penalty. I'm not 100% sure what the call was on the floor.
United States ball on that far side for the inbound. Turnover by the Canadians. There haven't been many of those.
Yeah, the Americans tying up the two Canadians trying to get the ball in bounds. This may result in a time clock violation in and of itself. Oh, what a pass by Hirschfield. Showing exactly why he's an MVP caliber athlete.
Hit by Chun. Turns smartly. Hirschfield offloads to Caldwell. Chun getting through a ton of work there in the US defense. Caldwell forced to turn again. The dribble by Caldwell. Chun sticking to him like glue. Shot clock is down to 7. They've got to do it quickly. Trying to back in. Whistle.
The Canadians were able to call a timeout with only 3 seconds left on the shot clock, but what that does is it gives them an extra now 15 seconds, which may not be important necessarily for them to score, but it allows perhaps them to kill off this penalty without the U.S. scoring while Liddell's in the penalty box. That was an unbelievable pass by Hirschfield, demonstrating why he's recognized as one of the world's best. And remember, he's classified as a 1.0. So he's not supposed to be able to have that accuracy with his arm strength, or then the speed to outrun the other Americans down the court, and then the wherewithal to stop and pass it off to Caldwell, who's a better ball handler. Let's see if they can do it again.
Hirschfield inbound for Canada. Nice Crone. Immediately surrounded. Over his head. Hirschfield. Looking to score in the corner. Cut off by Wheeler. There is a wheel, Canadian wheel.
Caldwell was out of bounds on the baseline, resulting in a turnover. The crowd doesn't like it, but he was clearly over. Hirschfield, again, just doing a tremendous job of hanging on to the ball and trying to kill some time while Liddell's in the penalty box.
Wheeler away with pace and purpose. And will likely score for the Americans. Glance over his shoulder. And in for the Americans, who are back within 2.
Well, the Canadians are almost able to kill off that penalty, but not quite. Wheeler did a nice job scoring the goal just before Liddell came out.
7 goals for Wheeler. Liddell is back with us. It's 4-on-4 rugby once again. Turning away from Chun is Cody Caldwell. Blocked by Chun. Second chance. Liddell.
Oh, they just got it over before the 12 seconds expired.
It's all good now. Liddell using his strength to great applause once again from the Canadian fans packed in here.
Yeah, Liddell reads this well. Easy goal for him. It's loud in here.
Best atmosphere of the week, Josh Wheeler. Quickly over halfway, only Caldwell to beat. Does so comfortably. And in for the American score. in goals once again. Final minute of the third quarter. Medel in possession, deep inside his own half of the field. But look at the acceleration here. No one's catching him. Caldwell has 16, almost half the Canadian total.
Sorry, Zach Medel.
What did I say?
You said Caldwell.
I do beg your pardon.
I think you did anyway.
I meant Medel. I'm sure you're right. Sometimes words fall out of my mouth before I engage my brain. My wife tells me about it all the time. I certainly meant Medel. Early Chun over for the American score.
Smart play by the Americans. They were stopped the first time, but not the second.
Medel immediately boxed in. Has the strength to battle his way out.
Nice defense by Chun.
Second time Chun's done that. Punch forward. Crone couldn't quite gather it in. Came at him, has pace. With two bounces, hit him on the face and out of play.
I haven't seen Zach Medel utilize that hand bat technique that he just did there. It was too much, though, for his teammate to handle.
Substitutions coming in for the Canadians. Back is Travis Morale. Dave Wilsey's back with us as well. Byron Green, who started the game. The only man that stays on court, not surprisingly for the Canadians, is Medel. Changes as well for the Americans. Delagrave is back on court with Chad Cohn.
American coach just having to clarify what players are on the floor and ensuring that their classification cards are appropriately placed on the bench. You're seeing right there, just to ensure that they don't exceed that 8 points that we talked about earlier.
So Eric Newby inbound for the Americans, who trail by 2. 11 seconds left in the third period. It's important for Aoki and the Americans to get within 1 by the end of this third period. Aoki, like an express train, over for the score for the Americans.
Wow. What a fourth quarter this sets us up for.
Just 1 minute, just 1 second. The buzzer expires to end the third period. It is tense, it is tight, and it is still too close to call. That third period taken by the Americans 12-10. First time they've won a quarter against the Canadians, but overall it is the hosts Canada, just by 1 after the third quarter, leading the United States 37-36.
So the Americans and the Canadians just basically going back and forth and back and forth. Every time one scored, the other would seem to come back just as quickly. This sets us up for an absolutely stunning fourth quarter. The Americans will get the ball to start, and they're down by 1 goal. Every possession, so very important that each team score. You saw Medel earlier there corralling in that loose ball right on the goal line. Players doing whatever it takes to score.
Final 8 minutes of the prelims. Canada in the red vests, leading by 1 over their great American rivals. Which team will finish first in the standings? Which will finish second? Chuck Aoki quickly involved at the start of this fourth quarter and will scoot away to tie it all up.
Zach Liddell having to call a quick timeout. You can hear his tire popping up here. So we're back to 0-0 essentially. 1 quarter left.
Right at the end of that third quarter and right at the start of this fourth quarter, the Americans have suggested they've got an extra gear here.
Yeah, they certainly, it appeared early in the third quarter anyways that the Canadians might start to pull away, but the Americans came back, certainly stopped that from happening.
Travis Morrell manages to stay in bounds, pass ahead, takes the big hit, Wilsey in to score.
Nice pass by Morrell, knowing he's going to get a big hit by Aoki, and then Wilsey just easily picks it up.
Aoki again increasingly influential in this game, pursued by Medell. They won't stop him. Aoki is a clear MVP candidate in this game at least. He's really leading the American charge.
Yeah, Aoki's having a strong game as per usual. If you're a wheelchair rugby fan, you certainly know his name.
Aoki, listen to this, has 17 of the Americans, 38 goals. Next best for the Americans is Wheeler with 8, and Medell over for the Canada score. He also has 17, so it's kind of a personal battle of stats between Aoki and Medell.
Although I'm sure they'd be the first to tell you they could care less about their individual statistics. They just want to win the game.
I think there are 23 athletes as Wilsey takes a place in the penalty box.
So Wilsey reaching in, he tried to poke the ball loose.
Wheeler was having nothing of it. Canada a man short. The inbound from Scaturo. Wheeler takes it one-handed. Has that 12 seconds, which get over halfway, the big hits, and Aoki unmarked. He's taking his time.
So you can see them trying to bottle up Zach Medell once again before Aoki scores, so that Medell can't come get the ball.
Aoki finally crosses the line. Once he's satisfied that Medell has been taken care of, shall we say.
But Medell's so tough, and he seems to find a way to slip through regardless.
Inbound from Wilsey from behind his own goal line. We're all square again, 39 apiece. Wilsey saw the hit coming, offloaded to Simard. Canada into the 40s.
We haven't heard Patrice Simard's name called out too much this game, but another one of those veterans. Both he and Wilsey have been on the national team program for close to 20 years.
Here comes Josh Wheeler, pursued by Medell. Forced to stop, forced to rethink. Aoki along with the guy. Wheeler takes the hit.
Oh, what a smart play by Wheeler. Knowing that Aoki had position on Medell. And he just makes the quick spin, throws the dart to Aoki.
Simard. Canada back in front, but only by 1.
6 minutes left, only a goal separating the two of them. This is exactly, like we described earlier, a heavyweight fight between the top two contenders.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret before this game began as Wheeler goes away and will likely score. Well,
Hirschfield got called on a reach, which up until that point was excellent defense.
it's never a certainty. What is a certainty is that Hirschfield will serve the penalty. As you can see, all square again. I'll let you into a little secret. Before this game started, David and I sat down and just reviewed the overtime laws, just in case it should get that far. There has to be a winner. And should it come to fruition, we'll tell you all about them. There is time governance for the overtime period, should that come to be. But this may well be settled by the odd goal here or there.
Yeah,
square again.
So overtime isn't like it is in hockey, where it'll be the first goal. It'll be a time, it'll be a 3 minute, much more like a basketball game. I'm not 100% sure what Aoki was so upset about from the referee's perspective. It seems to me he's pleased though with the call, and the Americans seem to be getting possession.
US up by 1 on the Canadians, 5:46 remaining in the final period. Aoki will be delighted as he takes possession. Moving away from Hirschfield and Medell. Now Wheeler, boxed in. There's the dribble. Aoki again, looking to go round the back, change of direction from Aoki.
Nice pass.
Wheeler in for the score.
The U.S. up by a goal. I think this has been the first time in a long time that the U.S. has had a lead. Let's see what they can do with it.
So inbound from Medell, finds Simard. 12 seconds, remember, to cross halfway. Medell's going to have to motor here. Oh my word. Did he have a motor? Did he have a motor?
He saw the hole and he just burst through it. And then he knocks the American player over as he turns back onto the court. I don't think that was intentional on his part.
Well, even if it was, he made it look as though it wasn't intentional.
The theatrics, perhaps.
All's fair in love and war in this game. As Chad Cohen is helped right way up. Smile from Cohen. He knows it's all part of the game. And if he gets the chance to do it to Zach Medell, I'm sure he'd do exactly the same thing. Fans really getting behind the host now. Chance of Canada ringing around the stadium. We're all square again. 42 apiece. Aoki on the fall, away to score. And the Americans know that as long as they can match the Canadians score for score, they not only give themselves a chance of winning this game, but it doesn't half quieten down the crowd as well. Zach Medell will see to that and brings the arena to life once again.
This sets us up for an unbelievable finish.
Adam Scaturo. Equipment timeout. Sima smashing his left wheel there. If at first it doesn't work, hit it harder is sometimes the easiest way.
That's the extent of my handyman skills anyways.
I must have taught you all I know. And it ain't much. Aoki,
Nice
twist, sends away Chad Cohen. And for the score, and the US back in front. His first goal, and what an important one, and what an important time. Just over 4 minutes remaining in this final period. Left-handed, ball from Medell, gathered in by Simard.
Every possession, absolutely critical for both teams.
No room for errors now. Turnovers will be very costly as the time runs down. But look at the vision again from Medell to spot Simard and cushion the pass. 2 bounces into Simard. Goal for Canada, and we're all tied up again.
And it's a bit like a quarterback standing in a pocket with all these players milling around to be able to see your teammate breaking towards the net. That's not an easy thing.
Maturo inbound. Sumar over to block the path. Aoki nicely taken. Aoki is leading this American charge with gusto. 21 goals for Aoki alone, as Canada are briefly behind. Nadal will make sure the lead does not last.
So penalty goal called there, but it has the same result.
Nadal into the 20s in terms of his personal goal tally. And we are locked together at 45 apiece. Now, if you're a betting man, with 4:16 to go and we're all tied up, what's your hunch? Are we going long here? Are we going to overtime or not?
I think we're going to overtime. Or it's just going to come down to whoever has the ball last.
Last, I was going to say, it's almost like you want to be in possession of the ball with, what, 30 seconds to go, and then not create a turnover.
Exactly.
As we see the turnovers there, the total in the game, 3 for Canada, 2 for the USA, so it's been pretty clean stuff. Simar into the Canadian score.
Both teams filled with veterans. They've been in lots of circumstances and situations like this, so the pressure shouldn't be getting to them by any stretch.
Well, great credit to the Americans, because at one stage they were 3 or 4 adrift in the third period, but they've reined the Canadians back in.
So there's an example right there of that ability to understand just how important each possession is. Wheeler recognized that perhaps they were getting closer to the 12-second violation and called a timeout.
Number 6 timeouts per team per game. Freshman's all round for the Americans. Chance for players and I think fans as well to catch their breath there. This is, well, tireless and breathless from one end of the court to the other.
This has been a fun game to watch.
I wonder it's fun to play in, or the focus is so strong that the players don't really have time to enjoy it because there's such a responsibility on all their shoulders. Aoki particularly has that big responsibility, blocked by Nadal, who carries that burden of expectation on those young shoulders for Canada.
If either team can create a turnover, it's absolutely crucial.
Aoki's in for the score. And US back in front by 1. Just keep an eye on the time remaining. Less than 3.5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Here's Whitehead. Hands off to Nadal. Denied inside the key.
So the call looks like it's going against Aoki on a foul. I think without the foul, Nadal would have scored anyway, so it was probably a smart move on his part.
So shorthand to the Americans, this is an opportunity for sure, which the Canadians really can't afford to waste. Inbound by Hirschfield.
So again, the Canadians perhaps, thinking a couple plays down the road, they're sending Hirschfield to help block Aoki from coming in. So Aoki will say that he has to be the inbounder, which makes him released. But again, he has to throw the ball in. Looks like the Americans have called a team timeout.
So there will be a delay before that restart. Well, what can the tacticians, what can the coaching staff say now? I mean, you can have all the game plays in the book, which you've got 4 other players to go around. Is it more about tactics, or is it more at this stage about belief, confidence, and sticking to the game plan?
I think if I'm a coach in either of these two situations, you don't need to talk about tactics because they understand that. You don't need the Newton Rockney rah-rah speech because these players have been in this situation before. If anything, I think you need to just be calm and just help them understand. Be patient.
So America inbound from behind the own goal line. Trying to force a turnover, but McBride. Aoki just reined it in, offloaded quickly, and Newby will score.
Mike Whitehead was lucky. He got away without getting called for a penalty with a hit to the arm.
USA by 1 over the Canadians. This might yet come down to the last play of the game. Liddell, those arms must be getting very weary now. Takes the hit from Aoki. Offloads to Mike Whitehead. Whitehead denied on the key.
I'm not sure. It looks like the Americans being called, perhaps for being out of bounds. 0-4 in the key, that was the call. So perhaps not a crucial error. We'll see what happens next with the Canadians, if they can tie it up.
Chad Cohen into the penalty box. 4-on-3 in favor of the Canadians, and Liddell will coast home for the score. 2:23 remaining in the fourth quarter, 48 apiece. Trading blow for blow between the Canadians and the Americans. Cohen is back with us and will inbound from behind his own goal.
Whoever has the next turnover is going to win this game. Mike Whitehead with a penalty. I said he was lucky on the last shift. He got away with one, not this time. You see him coming across on the arm here. Although that one was less obvious than the one he didn't get called a minute ago.
Coming into the game number 8, Ernie Judd, and number 10, Josh.
Placements for the Americans. Ernie Judd is back with us. Adam Scaturo. Chun will inbound for the US. We are all square. A smidge more than 2 minutes remaining. Newby's way is blocked by Medell. Offloads to Scaturo. Now Wheeler. Trying to find the gap. Newby turning away from Medell. Forced to turn on the brakes, then Newby tried to back him. But Medell was right there again.
Oh, that may be the turnover right there. Let's see if he can get it before half court. Wheeler does. Timeout called by the Americans.
Medell took a big right left arm down to bounce it away. But he was boxed in, couldn't chase it.
The shot clock was getting lower and it's back up to 15 seconds. With Whitehead in the box, the Americans should be able to score.
So 1:40 remaining in the game. We are locked together. Will it be Zach Medell's night for Canada? Will it be Chuck Aoki's night for the United States? Will there be overtime? All these questions will be answered, but all in good time. Inbound from Newby for Wheeler. Trying the backwards maneuver. Can anyone stop him? They cannot. Wheeler in for the American score. .134 remaining.
Medell's got to come back and try and get the ball. The Americans aren't letting him. Whitehead may have to call a timeout just before he throws it in.
So to get on with it.
Oh, he didn't get it in time. That's perhaps the mistake that will result in a win for the U.S.
Whitehead delayed and delayed. He was looking for an exit strategy, couldn't find one. And then when he did throw it, he was beaten by the whistle. So the turnover does benefit the U.S.
Oh, but Wheeler went out of bounds right away. Two crucial mistakes in this last 2 minutes.
Perhaps nerves getting the player of both these teams. They know that time is short. They know that there's only one goal between them.
So watch this, just that front caster going out of bounds.
Timeout again. One last piece of advice from Kevin Orr.
So depending on how fast the Canadians score, and let's assume that they score on this next series, the Americans will have the opportunity to have the last ball with 2:40 seconds. Well, no, my math is incorrect. It'll be interesting to see how quickly the teams score and who ends up with the ball last.
Okay, so let's just reiterate here. 12 seconds to get over halfway, 40 seconds the shot clock for each team to complete that maneuver, but there is only, what, a minute and 39 in the game, or thereabouts, 1:32 remaining. So obviously there is time, in theory, for two maneuvers, one from each end. The Americans bench having a word with the officials table. So we are back, and this all comes down to the last 90 seconds. Hirschfield inbound, Whitehead in a hurry, twisting one way then the other, hit by Aoki. Medel. Now Medel will motor away, will he? And he will score quickly. 1:18 remaining in the game. We are all tied up again.
Kevin Orr and the Canadian team extolling the crowd to amp up the noise.
Here comes Aoki, pursued by Medel. What a battle that has been. Offloads to Wheeler. The Americans are first to 50. But will they be first past the post?
Aoki makes the smart pass to Wheeler here. We're just under a minute now.
Medel. He'll tie it up.
Oh, Medel's tied up in the corner. Wheeler did a nice job of making sure that Medel can't get out.
Right down here, bottom
So
left of the screen.
they had to call a timeout for that exact reason.
Well, at least they had one remaining. Well, we thought we'd get a grandstand finish. We really couldn't have written the script any better than this. Last minute of the game, and all tied up at 50 goals apiece between these fierce rivals from Canada and the USA.
This has been an absolute slugfest. I'm loving it.
Look at the facial expression of Medel. He's loving it too. He knows he's got a job to do, but he's so into it. Defense quiet the crowd. Aoki doesn't want to hear it. Aoki away from Whitehead. Wheeler, can he force his way over? He can. 38 seconds remaining. Now, what will Canada do here? They're going for the quick score, are they? Whitehead, or will he bide his time? Turns around and waits for the cavalry to arrive. Now then.
This is an interesting scenario because does Canada want to score and give any time left to the Americans to have the ball last? I don't think so. So I think what Canada wants to do is score with only a few seconds left, but
oh, they've got to make sure they score.
Exactly. That's a bit risky.
Medel. 10 seconds remaining in the game, hands it off, and over goes Whitehead. We are all tied up. We may well be going to overtime.
Nice play by Medel to see Whitehead cutting in behind to tie it up with only 6 seconds left.
Can Aoki do it for the Americans in the remaining time? 2, 1 seconds remaining, it's gone. Time expires.
And what a hit by Whitehead on Aoki to finish in regulation time.
It will be overtime. Did you really expect anything different? Canada, the United States, inseparable at the 2015 Parapan Games. And look at Zach Medell, one of the architects, one of the leading lights, not just of the Canadian team, but of world wheelchair rugby. We're going to get at least 3 more minutes of this. We thought about overtime, and overtime, David Legg, is exactly what we're going to get.
I don't want to say I told you so, but this is exactly how we thought it would turn out. We've said over and over and over again, this is the Aoki Medell show in many regards. Scoring the vast majority of their team's points. It'll be interesting to see, though, which one of those two, perhaps, is able to really carry their team in this first overtime period.
24 points for Medell, 23 goals for Aoki in regulation.
The possession arrow looks like it's pointing in the U.S.'s favor, but it's so seldom that I've seen overtime happen. I'm not 100% sure myself, Simon.
Well, the U.S. finished regulation with possession, so does that mean that Canada starts overtime?
Again,
or do we start with an
I so
tip-off?
rarely have seen overtime. I can't remember the last time I experienced this. I don't know.
And if the great professor doesn't know, then, well, I think we're going to have a central tip-off by the looks of it, are we?
I think you're right.
So just like the start of the game, Chad Cone and Zach Medell come together. And here we go with 3 minutes.
I don't know how Medell can laugh out there going into overtime.
Of overtime, Medell reaches up. And Cone was infringing. It will be a Canada ball because Cone was over halfway. So an immediate advantage to the Canadians. And Travis Morale is back on court. Medell immediately blocked by Chung. Finds Morale. Also on court is Green. Morale doesn't need the help. Big smile from the Canadian number 2. And Canada with the early advantage in this first overtime period. Three minutes per overtime period. If there is a winner at the end of the first overtime period, that is the winner of the game. Well, there's an interesting discussion going on here between the Swedish referee.
I think there's some question as to whether or not Canada went over in the back. I have to admit, I initially thought Morale was heading in the wrong direction when he was going to score the goal. But again, I'm not 100% sure what happened.
Well, certainly Medell was to the left-hand side of the court, and that was the court in which Morale scored the goal. So I don't know whether there's such a thing as an own goal, but the goal has been withdrawn or chalked off.
So they're re-jumping, and I think that's because they must have had the two jumpers aligned incorrectly for the jump ball.
Well, now Medell and Cone have changed court, so to speak. So it does appear that Canada will play right to left as you look. Morale wasn't to know that.
So Morale's goal doesn't count then?
Even though he scored it in the right net, it appears. But we're back where we started at 51 apiece.
Oh, the referee's asking. Looks like the referee wants to chat this over a bit more with the bench to make sure they're getting it right.
Well, here's what we do know. At this moment in time, two teams locked together at 51 apiece, and it looks as though the overtime is going to be restarted here. clock has gone back to 3 minutes. Over on the far side. So that seems to be the wise way forward. Nobody quite sure how to proceed here. My hunch is that we will restart overtime. We'll find out momentarily. The American coach James Gumber doesn't look too enthusiastic about the way the referees are deciding how to proceed here. It's Ulrika Olsson, the Swedish referee. Well, it's not Mr. Gumbert's call, it's the referee's call, in all fairness. If they decide they want to restart, then that's exactly what they're going to do. Well, sometimes you think you've seen everything in sport, and then something else happens like this.
Those 10 seconds never happen.
They are having a problem resetting at the 3 minutes for the overtime. It's currently showing 8, and we know that's not right.
The delay is by no means, though, quieting the crowd.
Well, they will have to wait to reset that clock. See, computers are great for the modern world, except when you ask them to do something that they're not used to doing. Maybe somebody does to reboot something here. Turn the on-off switch, I always find that helps. So, an enforced delay, which has temporarily cooled the atmosphere inside the Mississauga Sports Centre. Give us all a chance to catch our breath. But as far as the athletes are concerned, I mean, they were ready to go. They were coiled up and ready, and this delay doesn't really help them, I don't think.
No, but I mean, we wondered at the outset if there would, because this game is somewhat meaningless with the expectation that they're going to play each other again in 2 days for the gold medal. But they didn't seem to take anything off. I can't expect they'll do so in this overtime period if we ever get the clock reset.
Doing the best. Where's the IT department when you need it? Never around when you need it, the IT department. Jack Waddell just spinning his wheels literally and just soaking up the atmosphere. And it is a great atmosphere for these players in which to perform, isn't it?
This is a fabulous venue. The crowd has been totally into it tonight. And it is a big Canadian crowd, as you would expect. But the part that's interesting, too, is the multicultural side of it. And Toronto is great for that. And I mentioned earlier, the other teams all sticking around to watch this. It's a fantastic atmosphere.
Yeah, the Brazilians are here. Colombians are here. Even the Chileans are here as well. They will go home empty-handed. So great camaraderie in the midst of great competition between these 6 teams. There's the Chileans at the end of the court. They've gone home.
Smiles all around.
There's the Brazilians, who know they all finished 3rd. And they hope to leave Canada with a bronze medal.
There's one of our favorites from Chile.
Madriaga. Thank you. Yeah, they've done a great job. Came here, didn't win a game, but represented their nations, all of them with great pride, and great heart, and great spirit.
They've almost got the clock set. I was just about to suggest we do the Macarena, but thankfully we don't have to.
You can do any dance you like, just don't invite me to join in. All right, so as you can see, the athletes just getting themselves up to speed one more time after that enforced delay to get those muscles loosened up again.
We will. I can't hear you. We will. Keep going. It's good. All right, everybody, let's get ready for overtime action with USA and Canada.
It is the final game of the preliminaries. It has gone to overtime. Liddell and Cohn tipping off for morale. Can Canada in the red vests outlast the Americans and find that elusive overtime winner? Liddell, the star of the show for the Canadians, looking for a way around that good blue ball and finds his way around Cohn. The opening score of overtime.
With each possession being so crucial, I'm surprised that they allowed Liddell to take the jump so easily and then just score on the corner like that.
First blood to the Canadians in this 3-minute overtime period. If there is a point between them, a goal between them when the time expires, that will be the end of the game.
So the score clock has gotten locked up again.
Oh, what a shame. And we're going to have another enforced delay. The game clock proving temperamental. It is the first game in this entire series of the 2015 Parapan American Games in wheelchair rugby that has gone to overtime. Well, we're back underway again now. Here is Chuck Aoki, the chief protagonist for the United States. Outbound for Eric Newby, over halfway, and ties it up, despite the attentions of Liddell.
Chun did a great job of setting a block on that last score. As I mentioned earlier, this could come down to just one mistake and one turnover.
Caldwell over halfway. Morale in unchallenged. Canada back in front. Chun takes the pass from Newby. Trying to block out Aoki. Everywhere Aoki goes, Liddell is close by. Can't stop him this time.
Aoki equal to the challenge.
Brown thought about the long ball for Caldwell. Thought better of it. Now finds Caldwell. Now, ball quickly. Hands in front of us, jumping up and down in delight as Liddell crosses for the Canadian score.
We have an equipment timeout called on the floor. The clock still seems to be working okay.
I've got my fingers and toes crossed here.
So 2 long passes, one from Morale to Caldwell, and then Caldwell to Liddell.
Newby with the running repairs. He's fine to continue. 1:43 to go in this first period of overtime. Canada by 1. Newby inbound, takes the return, uses the screen.
Oh!
Big hits.
Nice hit by Caldwell.
Newby stopped in his tracks.
Brown's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get a reaching in penalty here.
Finds Aoki, but Waddell is straight on him. Aoki forward, Newby might back in here. Newby will. The American score. Trading blow for blow, hit for hit, goal for goal. Waddell almost fumbled it, but got away with it. For Morale, pinpoint accuracy again from the pass by Waddell. Morale in for the Canadian score.
I thought Waddell had lost control of the ball earlier in that play, but he was able to rein it in.
Intense stuff. Newby takes over from Chun in and out of his own key area. Over halfway. Waddell will hit him, but not with enough force to prevent the score from Newby. 55 goals apiece.
If the Canadians, what they may want to do is try and score at the end of their shot clock and only give the Americans approximately 10 seconds by which to tie it up at the end of the game.
See how they're going to work this. Waddell is over. He can score if he wishes. Now, will he reel away? Glance at the shot clock and at the game clock, which shows, as you can see, 32 seconds.
But only 20 seconds now on the shot clock.
So the disparity is about 11 seconds. There or thereabouts.
So 10 now on the shot clock, so they can't wait too long.
Waddell.
So what they're going to do is they call a timeout, which gives them 15 seconds, which is almost exactly the same as the score clock. So they're going to hold it and try to score with only a second left.
And if they can manage to do that, it might be enough to win it. We are all tied up at 55 apiece. So this is where the tactical side of it comes in. If Canada can hold the ball and run down the game clock, which shows 16 seconds remaining, they could win it right here against the Americans. Waddell, 11 seconds, 9 remaining in the game, 6 seconds on the shot clock. Waddell, he's dropped it.
No goal! The ball was tipped away by the American. What a defensive effort! Waddell with a sure goal.
Brilliant defense by Newby to deny Waddell what would have been the winning score, almost certainly. Clock shot, game clock, and overtime. The first period expires. What drama to end the first period. 3 more minutes aren't coming. Waddell thought he'd won it. Newby denied him. And we are still all square in this titanic battle between Canada and the United States.
And they're getting the clock set already, so hopefully we don't run into the same problems we did with the first overtime period. This is fantastic. So Waddell scored early in our overtime period, but as you well know, because we're still tied, the Americans answered just as quickly.
As well, Aoki, as usual, influential, but it was the final play of that overtime period that could have won it for the Canadians had it not been for Eric Newby. You see there backing up for the goal. Here is the key moment.
Oh, the play of the game so far.
Waddell was inches away, denied by Newby. And we are all tied up once again. Second overtime period about to get underway between the Canadian Red Vests and their huge rivals from the United States in those navy blue vests. 55 pays 55. 3 more minutes to decide in this second overtime period. And the whistle straight away.
There was a violation on the jump ball, and the Americans take possession. That could be a huge mistake by the Canadians.
Josh Wheeler is the 10. He's quick for the Americans. Hits by Medel. Weaves away around Green. Now offloads to Aoki.
Oh, Whitehead knocked it away. Oh! But Herdfield wasn't able to grab it, so it's still the U.S.'s ball.
Aoki. And in for the score. The first of this period is Newby again, the man who stopped Medel, who was knocking on the door at the end of the first period of overtime. Whitehead turns away. Sheer persistence from Mike Whitehead over halfway. Nice shimmy from Whitehead. Will tie it up for the Canadians.
Nice fake by Whitehead. And Wheeler, relatively easy score for him.
Once again, trading hits, trading goals. Wheeler. Newby. Trapped by Hirschfield. Hit by Whitehead. Aoki twisting one way then the other. There's the dribble. As Medel closed in and back again for the score.
Wheeler saw that the Canadians had come up to press on the ball and noticed that there was an opening behind and just slipped behind with Aoki recognizing it too.
Wheeler back again to restore the Americans' lead. Zach Medel will make sure.
So Aoki's called for the foul, but stopped a sure goal.
Second penalty for Chuck Aoki. They can
right on the arm, reaching across.
Lob pass from Medel. And Whitehead will coast in to tie it up once again.
Aoki comes in to be the inbounder.
Which is not really where the Americans wanted to be.
No, not at all, but they've got a strong secondary option, and Wheeler our primary option perhaps.
Took the big hits, but Aoki managed to offload for Newby. .126, so just about midway through this second overtime period. Whitehead. The dribble and the bounce from Whitehead. Looking over the top from Medel, it's a great pass.
That was a very tricky pass. I wasn't sure when he first made it that it was the smart decision, but Medel and Whitehead obviously knew of the timing.
And he'll be away again, but this time his path is blocked by Medel. Offloads to Aoki. Aoki threatening to score again, does. Just inside that far pylon, despite the attentions of Hirschfield.
Aoki just driving to the line. He was not going to be stopped. So this creates another interesting scenario for the Canadians. They can do what they did in the first overtime and call a timeout with only a few seconds left. Doesn't appear like they're going to do it. So they've given the ball back to the Americans.
And exactly 40 seconds remaining in this second period of overtime. So the shot clock should mirror the game clock. Aoki away now. What tactics will he employ? He decides not to take it in. Decides to take the hit from Medell. Can the Americans win it here? Referee's whistle brings a temporary halt.
Timeout by the Americans. They'll try to employ a similar strategy to what Canada did in the first overtime and score with only a few seconds remaining. Let's see if they're successful.
26 seconds left on the game clock. So the objective for the Americans here is to retain possession and score at the last possible second, denying Canada the chance to get down the other end and tie it up. Easier said than done, as we've seen so many times, David. That will be the American ploy. Now, can they execute? Inbound from Newby for Wheeler. No intention to score at this stage. 20 seconds remaining. Aoki hit by Medell. Aoki again, 15 remaining. Aoki looking for the long pass. We're down to 10. Can the Canadians contain him? It's over for Wheeler. Will it be the opening score? It will be. And Eric Newby might have won it for the United States.
It certainly looks that way. That was fantastic execution by the Americans.
Left 3 seconds on the clock. Is there time for the Canadians? Timeout call.
Canada called timeout, and right away, Medell raced to the key. So what they're going to try and do here is Whitehead's going to try to lob it as far as he can into the key. Medell will try to catch it and just wheel in.
Well, it's now or never for the Canadians. It's all about the defense for the Americans.
And the clock will not start until the player touches the ball. So there's only 1 second left. So Medell's going to have to catch it and wheel in right away. Let's see if Whitehead can throw the ball there. Here we go!
With the Hail Mary. Couldn't do it. That'll do it. In favor of the Americans, and look at the celebrations. They know what a big victory it is. And look at the relief on the face of Chuck Aoki, the leader of the orchestra for the US team, who have beaten the Canadians in this first place game. The final of the preliminaries, the hero Aoki. It's a notable win for the Americans.
That's a huge win for the Americans. But make no mistake, they all know that that one didn't mean that much. The big one's still coming up in 2 days, most likely. Can they win 2 in a row?
Periods 3, 4, and in overtime. After that strong start by the Canadians, the US came back, battled back, and outlasted the Canadians to win in double overtime, as the Canadians take the applause. Thoroughly entertaining and competitive battle between these two old rivals. We knew it was going to be close. We knew it was going to be competitive. And they served up between them some very rich entertainment.
We've talked all week about this game coming up, and it certainly delivered exactly what we had hoped.
28 goals for Zach Medell. Nobody else from Canada got into double figures. And 25 for Chuck Aoki, 13 for Newby, 13 for Wheeler. And in double overtime, the US have outlasted Canada with a mixture of skill and tactical guile to run down the clock. And the US will take the first seed ahead of Canada into the semi-finals, which take place tomorrow. And so the Americans, that's one to notch up for the USA, the number 3 team in the world, beating the number 2 of Canada in double overtime by 60 points to 59. Final thought, David?
Well, it was tight, and I mean, as the score indicates, and the fact that we had to go to double overtime, these teams, there isn't much that separates them. I think this sets us up for a fantastic potential gold medal game again between these two teams.
It was tense, it was tight, it was always entertaining and thoroughly competitive. There always has to be a winner, and for every winner there is a loser, but this is perhaps the battle before the storm to come. In a day or two's time, the Americans have won this particular game. Can they repeat it and go on and beat the Canadians for the gold medal at the 2015 Parapan American Games? The Americans will leave the arena with smiles of satisfaction, but always with respect for their opponents. But it is US who take the spoils of victory on this occasion, just by 1 goal in double overtime, beating Canada by 60 points to 59. Earlier in the day, just to recap, this final day of the prelims, Brazil blocking up third place David with that big win over Chile.
Yeah, convincing game by Brazil.
Colombia also locking up the fourth spot and into the semi-finals. They were too good for Argentina.
That was a big game for Colombia, the first time that they'll have finished in the top 4 in this zone.
And that titanic battle to cap the night's entertainment at the Mississauga Sports Centre. In double overtime, US over Canada by 60 points to 59. Let's have a look at the final preliminary round standings. And the US sitting proudly in that #1 berth. Canada falls to 4-1, but that's academic. And so the US will play Colombia in the semi-finals, and Canada against Brazil, as we'll see in a moment. We'll show you the bracket as these semi-finals take shape. And there is also a 5-6 game as well for all the competing nations. So Chile and Colombia.
The only potential downfall, to losing tonight's game is now having to play Brazil in the semifinals. And while Brazil was handled relatively easy by Canada and the United States, you never know. They've got nothing to lose with an automatic spot in the Paralympic Games. Canada and the United States do not.
So that is the bracket for the semi-finals. From those 4 teams will come the gold, silver and bronze medalists. Most people expect the gold medal game to be a repeat of Canada against the US, and it will be Brazil to face the Colombians in all likelihood for the bronze medal. It's been a memorable day here in Mississauga, and a relatively late night courtesy of the Canadians and the Americans who took us to double overtime. There is more of that to come later in the week. From David Legg and our entire broadcast crew here in Mississauga, I'm Nigel Reid, and thanks for watching. We'll talk to you again soon.
Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 7, Jason Rich from Sweden. Here we go.
The game consists of 4 equal.
Number 11, Seth McBride.